Bubba dubba 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 da da.
Uh,
Bubba dubba 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 da da.
uh.
Hello, and welcome back to the Horse Sanctum podcast. I'm Jay. That's John, Kellen, TJ. And if you recognize those sounds, then you already know the movie that we're going to be talking about this week. But before we get to that, you're also all in for a treat. There's been stories, rumors, legends, cave etchings of how Kellen and I met and watered this bromance into the beautiful bouquet that it is today. And there's one person to thank for that, and she happens to be on this episode with us today, Miss Krista Ladd. Krista, hello, and welcome to the Sanctum.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here. Excited to be here. Nervous. All the feels.
We all do the nervous poops before we come on, so just do that next time. So, your movie of choice was from 2004. And I couldn't remember we all saw it together or not. Kellen said we did see it in theaters together. I couldn't quite remember that. But it's one of the few movies I own multiple copies of because I loved it so much. And that is 2004's Shaun of the Dead, directed by Edgar Wright. If you're not familiar, what the fuck? First of all, how dare you? Secondly, how dare you? This movie is amazing. You should have seen it multiple times by now. But if you haven't, that's okay too. So come with us as we take the car, go to Mum's, kill Phil.
Sorry.
Grab Liz, and go to the Winchester, have a cold pint, and wait for all of this to blow over. How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Yeah, boy. The cheese is thick in this episode. But
we didn't even write it that way. It just happened so naturally.
Oh my God.
Right out of us.
It's like we finished each other's sandwiches. Yeah, Shaun of the Dead. Like Jay said, we the three of us saw it in theaters when it came out. I hadn't even heard of it when it initially released. So it was a surprise to me that this movie even existed. So I was super excited. I'd never been to the theater that we went to anyway. And then to see such an amazing film. Spoiler alert, I love this movie as well. And anybody that doesn't is wrong. It's basically, what if you took the 5 worst possible people to have as a group in a zombie apocalypse and threw them in a zombie apocalypse? You have Sean, Ed, Liz, Diane, and David. And they're basically throughout the entire film trying to survive themselves while a zombie apocalypse goes on around them. Like Jay said, directed by Edgar Wright, one of my favorite directors. He did Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Baby Driver, just to name a few. Also, spoilers, 2 of Edgar Wright's movies are in my top 10. This one and Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, which is a perfect film to me. It's absolutely gorgeous. I've seen that one as many times as I've seen this one.
Just another reason why we're besties, because they're also in my top 10. Scott Pilgrim's probably in my top 5.
Which Jay and I actually saw Scott Pilgrim in the theaters together.
And there's like no one there. It was very sad.
Yeah,
but I'm glad it got the cult following that it finally did, because it deserved.
Yeah, it didn't do well in the box office. If you Google it, it didn't do well. It was kind of like a Rocky Horror Picture Show. It was that after it met its glory days that it deserved. But so Shaun of the Dead. So Shaun he's such an interesting character because he's so oblivious the entire time. It's not till the very end that he actually becomes the hero. The rest of the time he's completely oblivious to what's going on around him. And they show that several times where he's oblivious to what Liz wants or his role as the boyfriend to her. He's oblivious to Ed draining him of his potential. He's oblivious to the zombie apocalypse happening. One of the best scenes in the movie that's just kind of a throwaway scene is when he's flipping through the channels and it's basically explaining what's going on in each different clip from the channel. And even then he's still oblivious until he finally stops on something and sees it happening. And then even then he still isn't really clued in until he sees the girl in the backyard fall on the pole and get back up before he actually realizes, well, it's okay, so something's going on. The opening scene is so brilliantly done with all of the people kind of just going through the motions like zombies, pushing the carts, doing their daily routine. So the parallel, this being a zombie film and kind of imitating that people are basically zombies anyway, especially when they're stuck in a rut or in their mundane day to day. And that's going to be a theme probably for most people. With so many parallels in this movie, so much foreshadowing. It's such a smart movie, so well written. The three roommates, Pete, I think is his name, Pete, Ed, who's just kind of like living there, but not really a roommate, and then Sean. It's kind of Sean is the middle ground between the two. It's kind of showing where he is in his life, where Ed is his childish way, and then Pete is where he should be at this point in his life. So it's kind of a great way of showing where Sean is in this film. Is he's just kind of stuck. He doesn't really have any direction. He's just kind of going through the motions like a zombie. The fence jump, if you've watched Hot Fuzz, such a great callback.
And it pays off in Hot Fuzz.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because he in this one he's like, what, you've never taken a shortcut, and then just fails immediately. But in Hot Fuzz, it's the exact opposite. He's like a ninja flipping over these fences, just doing barrel rolls in the air and twisting. Yeah. I thought that was a neat callback, considering that's part of the whatever it's called,
Cornetto trilogy.
Yeah. A thing I noticed in this, and I talked to Krista about this, and we talked about this on the podcast before, is it's different watching a movie for entertainment, which I've watched this movie probably 20 times, compared to watching it with intent. And I noticed something in this that I hadn't noticed before. For 75% of this movie, the men are useless. Like, they are absolutely useless.
Utterly.
So
yes.
Up to the point where the girls give him the whatever the tetherball pole, and he's trying to hit it with the tether, and they're going, no, stab it. They're literally absolutely pointless in the film as far as doing anything useful. They're sitting there going through the records, deciding which ones they want to throw while zombies are about to try to eat them, and they're using records as weapons, as if that's a viable thing.
This might be all men in this universe, though, because we'll get into the doppelganger gang. I think, at least I will bring that up, which is led by Yvonne. Might be all men. It's a very interesting point.
Which is another funny scene, especially with both Eds wearing the same shirt.
Yes.
I only have, I talked about the foreshadowing. I don't want to get into too much because there's so much to talk about, and with so many guests and then opinions, I don't want to take everything. So I got two more points. The movie itself for me is probably, even though it's a comedy, it's the most accurate portrayal of how a zombie apocalypse would play out in today's society. 24 hours where nobody knows what's going on, and then finally the military steps in and kicks butt and cleans house and gets everything together. And then two, the exploitation of the zombies after the fact with the reality shows and them having them chained up and making them do manual labor. That totally tracks. Even though this is 2004, that still tracks for 2023. That's exactly how zombies would be used.
Yes.
And then the last thing I'll say, and then I'll pass off to Krista, and this has nothing to do with the film other than it's the song that happens during the bar fight between the bar owner and Sean and the party. Queen's Don't Stop Me Now starts playing. And scientifically speaking, it is the most uplifting song ever recorded. Science determined based on beats per minute, the scale in which the song was written, and how many different chords are used. Those three factors, according to Dr. Jacob Jolige, are key components to feel-good songs. Lyrical themes were also taken into consideration. So I thought that was just an interesting fact that they scientifically proven that this is the most uplifting song ever written. Just thought I'd throw that out there. But
You did big research.
And it was on random.
Yeah. Oh, that was a really good solid breakdown. I feel like you love this movie as much as I do. Again, thank you for letting me pick this movie. I know it's not a traditional horror movie that you guys usually cover, but it is my top favorite. I'm 40 years old, and still, if someone asks me what my favorite movie is, I still say Shaun of the Dead. It's one of the very few movies that I have seen multiple times in the theater. Jay, I'm pretty sure we saw it and said we need to have other people see this, and we took Kellen to see it. I know we saw this
Took
more
our baby
than one
boy
time.
to the movies.
Yes, that in between us was really cute. It really introduced me to British cinema. Definitely to Edgar Wright. It was like my starter drug for finding Olivia Colman eventually in the Hot Fuzz. It is insanely rewatchable. I still am finding new things every time I watch it, which is just that's to me a sign of a great movie. And that they put so much of themselves into it and their hearts into it. Preparing for this, I watched it or rewatched it twice, but in between, I also watched Spaced. I don't know, has anybody watched Spaced?
Yes.
Yes. So it's like Shaun of the Dead is almost this love letter a little bit to Spaced fans. Like most of the zombies were Space fans who were following on like the message boards online.
And there's a zombie episode of the original
and
series.
That was the inspiration for Edgar Wright to write. Like they did that episode of Space where there's zombies, and they had so much fun filming it. He was like, I think we should do this like a movie, and they did. Let's see, tons of cameos. Yvonne that I mentioned in the Doppelganger Gang, she's actually the counterpart in the Space series. You really have to watch it, Kellen.
Oh, no.
Please.
I'll add it to my list.
Thank you. Lots of little Easter eggs in there. The boyfriend line at the bar. You treat him like your boyfriend. He says, thanks, babe. That's from Space. I love Edgar Wright. You can see him like very early. He's matured from Space. It's a little rougher with his wipes and fast edits and the music. He's really grown, and he's definitely come into it now. But I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time talking about it. I just love it so much. All the callbacks. You've got Red on You. It's said very early, and then it's said again later, in a very different context. He's not my dad. He keeps saying it early, like he's not my dad, and then by the time the scene in the car happens, he's not my dad now because he's a zombie now. I get
that was an interesting transition too.
And it's so fast too, but like a little beautiful little scene, and
it's great writing. Right? It's like just great filmmaking. Foreshadowing that,
let's see. I have a list. I went old school. It's on paper, and I know it keeps making noise. What did we talk about, Kellen, earlier? Oh, Edgar Wright. So they had a lot of people. He complained when he was making it, and when it first came out, people called it like a spoof on zombie movies, and he would get offended. And he would say, "No, it's not a spoof. It's not a take on monsters. It's a love letter to zombie movies. Like they screened this for George Romero, and they had little things in there like, 'We're coming to get you, Barbara.' That's from Night of the Living Dead." And George Romero didn't catch it until after they told him about. Like they called him later and told him about it. Like there's so many little things.
And even the voice that Ed affects is the girl's brother who ends up getting killed in the cemetery.
Yes.
He's affecting a voice to spook her out, saying, "They're coming for you, Barbara." Ed puts on a little bit of that voice.
I don't know why that made me think of the scene with the slide when Sean walks up the slide. I guess because that's when they see the horde of zombies.
Such a good visual comic moment.
I've seen it 20
climbing
times.
up that slide.
So intentional.
Yes. Standing, coming right back down. It's such good visual comedy too. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost are very just so talented at that. I wish I had not done this on paper now.
If you could see, she has so many notes. If that shows you how much that she enjoys this movie.
I enjoyed rewatching it and making the notes. But I want to have like back and forth with you guys. So I kind of want to like hear what you guys think about it and go back and forth with you, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, I think I'm up next. So I have a long history with this movie, and I'm gonna have to give a shout out to my cousin Brent, who's 4 years older than me. We kind of grew up like brothers, and he was the guy that would often turn me on to things before they were cool, kind of thing. So I knew about this film when it first got released in the UK, about a year before it got released in North American release, either in physical media or the theaters. So I actually had the Region 2 DVD of this thing on my unlocked DVD player. Yeah, but the first way I saw it, yeah, I knew it before.
My Region B DVD.
Yeah. Well, it was Region 2 DVDs.
John, you put
letters
your
or Blu-rays.
So. Like my Region 2 DVD.
Region 2 DVD.
Pinkies up, everybody. Pinkies
Let's get it right. Let's get it right. So I actually watched this. There used to be so I was never into piracy, but my cousin big into piracy. So I was the benefactor of some of his early days.
You heard it here first. TJ pirated Shaun of the Dead.
No. Brent, my cousin, pirated it. And then I got the 2-disc VCD of this. This was a video CD, which didn't have enough megabytes to put a full film on. So you had to split it right in the middle in an awkward scene.
We are so old.
If it makes you feel any better, the first pirated disc I ever got from somebody was Passion of the Christ. So.
Oh, wow. That was about the same era too.
That's the most random pirate.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
He was just, and we were just at his house, and he was just like, "Oh, do you want a copy of Passion of the Christ?"
So I like to think
with that.
Right. I like to think that you went to church and you went to sing a song with everybody. You opened up the book and there was just like a USB drive like cut out.
Oh, that was way before USB drives. That's oddly enough the first way I ever watched Suspiria was on a 2-disc VCD, and it broke up right in the middle of the scene where the dog's about to eat the blind guy. Spoiler alert. Which totally ruined that scene. But back to Shaun of the Dead. So yes, I was brought into the club of Simon Pegg and Nick Frost and Edgar Wright and that trio of comedy, British comedy gold early on, and subsequently went back, watched all the 2 series of Spaced, love Spaced. There's a lot of the same actors and stuff, like the doppelganger girlfriend who's a friend that they keep running into is the main girl in Spaced. Nick Frost is kind of the weird neighbor who's big into military stuff and is kind of
he would be a great American.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's a MAGA. He was a MAGA guy for sure. Before
Pete was cool. Also in Space too.
Pete was also in Space, and the Dave was in another popular series called Little Black Books, which was a very popular BBC comedy series around the same era. So a lot of cool stuff going on in that generation. But the film itself, as you said, Krista, was a love letter to the George Romero zombie film. And this was at a time where that had long since been gone. Romero had not made a zombie film since 1985 with Day of the Dead. This is 19 years later. And this was, though, on the heels of the 2002 thing that really first started the trickling of the zombie craze, 28 Days Later, also a British zombie film.
Edgar Wright was so upset about that. I heard an interview. He was very worried about pre-zombies.
Yeah,
because they were working on this.
And I've seen this film probably, no joke, like 50 times over the last 20 years. And I noticed something, going back to what you just said, that I've never noticed. Towards the end of the film, there's an Easter egg where after the military clean up everything, and then Sean's back at home on the couch watching TV, a news report. You don't see, but you hear, and it's Edgar Wright's voice. And it's when people are trying to explain what happened and what caused the zombie attack. And he said, some people said it was rage-filled monkeys started the thing, which is totally just shitting on 28 Days Later.
Yeah.
But then he starts to say, but that's bullshit. And then it cuts the channel right before he says it. So obviously that's a little wink to, yeah, we know that this come from that, but this is not the kind of story we're telling, because a lot of people didn't like those zombies. That is Danny Boyle.
And the editor has worked with Danny Boyle before. He was actually edited Slumdog Millionaire.
Oh wow, that's a great film. Great film.
Yes, very good film. Look, I pulled that out.
So
nice. Usually I do the history gimmick, but nice to have some. I didn't know that. Another little Easter egg for people that are into this, and I actually got to meet in 2007 when Nick Frost, Simon Pegg, and Edgar Wright were making their first U.S. Tour since Shaun of the Dead. They were promoting the premiere of Hot Fuzz, and they were playing it in select major markets. And the closest one to us, where we were at in South Carolina at the time, was Atlanta, Georgia. So me and my cousin Brent, who turned me on to Shaun of the Dead and Spaced and all that stuff, we drove to this kind of an art house theater, kind of like the Belcourt. It's like an old theater. And you had to be in the know, like only the fanboys were here at this thing, and it was packed. It was great. It was the kind of crowd you want to see Hot Fuzz with for the first time. And we got to meet them. They signed like all of our DVDs and stuff that we had of like our Region 2, too cool for school. Brag. Yeah.
Yes.
We got to take pictures with them, and it just happened to be bragging about that. It happened to be Nick Frost's birthday that day. So we all sung happy birthday to him. They were giving away cake. They were doing this weird thing where he got so many cakes because they were doing like this 2-week tour, and everybody was giving him a birthday cake. So they started this YouTube thing where they were just flushing the cakes down the toilet because they couldn't eat them all. But anyway, they were really cool. And I've been a lifelong fan of all of them since. But after those two films, as around that same era, Nick Frost started his own series called Danger 50,000 Volts, whereas he kind of plays almost like a Tim the Toolman Taylor type thing, but for safety and like how to prepare for certain scenarios. And they did one where Simon Pegg plays a character, and it's how to prepare for a zombie apocalypse. It was like a special episode. It's on the DVD of that. I highly recommend watching it. I think it's on YouTube. It used to be on YouTube. Hilarious, because Simon Pegg's playing like a weird survivalist, like bucktooth character, and it's just 30 minutes of pure zombie gold with the same crew. But yeah, the Cornetto trilogy, that would be rounded out by Hot Fuzz, and then at the World's End, some of the best. They all have a tinge of horror to them, but they're all like different types of horror, right? And man, I can't say enough good stuff about this film. Probably a top 5 horror comedies of all time for sure. I think most people would unanimously say this. But the cool thing about this is, 28 Days Later kind of started the interest to get back some zombies. There was another pivotal film in 2003 that was an Australian film called Undead that kind of bridged some gaps between the newer type of running fast zombies and the old school Romero zombies. And then the next year, 2004, Shaun of the Dead comes out, and it's pure love letter to Romero. And because of that renewed interest and how well it did when it come to the States, Romero was able to make another zombie film, which was supposed to be kind of the version of Day of the Dead that he wanted to make 20 years before, but couldn't get the money and the locations and stuff. So because of Shaun of the Dead, without Shaun of the Dead, you probably never get Land of the Dead. George Romero's return to the zombie genre 20 years later. And because Romero loved what they did so much with that and the renewed interest in his zombie verse, he put Nick Frost and Simon Pegg as zombies in a scene in the film. And there's some special features on one of the DVD releases that has a whole feature in it. Oh, it's great. It's great. Okay. So yeah, if you love Romero zombies, that's probably his last. So it was divisive at the time, but it was his last good zombie movie, really. I mean, the Diary of the Dead, not so great, and Survival of the Dead, you can just skip.
Terrible. Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Yeah. But Land of the Dead was good, and I think people have come around to it in the 20 years since, more so, and I would give it a recommend now. But Jay, what do you think? Or John, you're next. Yeah, my bad.
So, yeah, honestly, I kind of hate this movie, to be honest with you guys.
You can rot in hell, you stupid.
I'm
It's okay.
kidding. I'm
It's
just
okay. You can be
kidding.
wrong. You
I
can be
can
wrong about
bamboozle.
it.
I can't even like pretend. No, I love this movie. This is I'll just say up front, this is a perfect film. Like this is like Jaws. This is a perfect constructed film of what it's trying to do. There's no flaws in this movie, so I'm not even going to try. It's Edgar Wright's someone that I wasn't before this film. I wasn't really aware of. I think the first of his films that I watched was Hot Fuzz. So Hot Fuzz is my favorite. This is the best, absolutely. But Hot Fuzz is kind of like, I think it's because the buddy cop comedy type vibe
It is
of
fun.
it.
It's a
fun.
super fun movie, and it has Olivia Colman.
Yeah.
You can't beat that.
Yeah, it's not really. I mean, they're two different types of films, but
Yes,
I think this is definitely the best. At World's End, I think I've seen it maybe twice. I really need to rewatch it. I remember liking it. It's just been like
It's the weakest of the three, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty much everybody thinks that.
and you get
Oh,
Nick
yeah.
Frost as a straight man, which is
Yeah.
harder. I think it was harder for me to swallow in that one because he's so great being
A doofus.
yes.
Yeah, that was kind of the odd thing, and then I remember that now. And Simon Pegg was like,
And it's like a
partier
take on
type,
Invasion of the Body Snatchers is kind of what
Yes.
they're parodying there.
pretty much. So I think with this movie, I mean, everything is just top notch. The music, the transition scenes, the camera work, the way they did transitions in this is still
Mhm.
unbelievable. Like just when they're beating the zombies to death in the backyard, and it zooms right in on Ed. He's beating the cornetto, licking the paper.
And
It's
they're
like
covered in blood. Yes.
yes, it's just everything that they do is so intentional. And the music, there are actually snippets from the Goblin soundtrack of Dawn of the Dead.
Mhm.
So they borrow, it's obviously Dawn of the Dead is obviously what inspired this, but there's a lot of love letters to stuff like this. There's just the way it lays out as a film. By the end, the military steps in, kind of like a lot of Romero movies. The zombie that's in the backyard at the beginning, so there's two of them. The fat zombie, that's basically the zombie from Lucio Fulci's Zombie. So I never thought about that till now, but the fat zombie in the boat in Zombie is basically that zombie in Shaun of the Dead.
I'm so glad you knew that because I have in my notes the place that does the fish is Fulci's.
Oh, you're
yeah.
right.
Forgot about that.
Wow.
I have a couple more of these, so I'm hoping to be able to drop them in.
Nice. I didn't notice that one either. And
And that's what it's called in the phone book. It's Fulci's, the place that does the fish.
Wow. And it's I've not seen this a ton. I've probably seen the movie like maybe 9 or 10 times my whole
You
life.
gotta watch it more.
And that's the thing. I rewatching it. It's like there were so many things I noticed because going in, I kind of thought I was like, Shaun of the Dead, it's one of the best ever. But part of me was like, is it really that good at what I remember? And so then I start rewatching it, and I'm like, Edgar Wright. It's like he's one of the best ever. Like people don't put him up there with like Quentin Tarantino. But he's up there with any of these guys.
He's like the modern
his pacing
John
in his movies
Carpenter.
is insane.
Oh yeah.
Like the way that he structures his films is just so beautifully done.
There's no wasted anything. Everything is
No.
there for a reason, and it's
No, exactly. It's very like, there's no, everything is like a callback, or there's intent, like you were talking about Philip dying in the car. And then like that scene was like so powerful. I mean, there's so much. The thing about this movie that I like is that it is a zombie film. It's a horror film, but it's not really trying to be a comedy. It's just the characters are funny. But if you put different characters in this movie. It's just a scary ass zombie movie.
Well, the
So
original tagline, at least in the UK, was a romantic comedy, ... with zombies.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. It is bromance too. I mean, there's no doubting that. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's the way it takes itself seriously. Everything that ties back in within the movie, all the callbacks. I mean, it's really hard to point out any flaws in it. Really, it's one of those movies too that I think you rewatch it, like you were saying earlier, you notice small things here and there over and over and over and over again. And yeah, I mean, there's not much more I can say about it other than it's kind of just like the perfect horror comedy. It's not my favorite of his films. I would say Hot Fuzz is my favorite, but this is like the best. It's definitely in the top 20 best films ever. I don't know of a horror comedy that's better. Maybe, I mean, this and Bubba Hotep, like horror comedies are like right there for me. So yeah, that's what I thought.
I think the worst part of the entire film was just David and his character, and
But
I think
he's
him
got to
getting
be
ripped
terrible.
apart. Right, him getting ripped apart. That was from Day of the Dead, right? Like, didn't they do that in Day of the Dead?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I was reading earlier that Diane, his platonic friend, girlfriend, whatever she was to him, she runs out after he gets torn apart. She runs out, but on the DVD extras that TJ has humble bragged about a few times, it says that she survives. Like, she ends up taking David's leg and fighting her way through the zombies, then hiding up in a tree.
Well, that fits
help
with
comes.
the typical movie trope where if you don't see them die on screen, they're not really dead.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then I also loved how they never said they try to stay away from the word zombie, because in most zombie movies and TV shows, they're not called zombies. Like, that's just the word that we came up with. I think Ed probably says it once, and Sean's like, no, we don't call them
They
that.
say don't say the
Well,
Z word because
The
they don't
Z
say
word.
Z, they say Z.
Mhm.
Well, doesn't David call his mom a zombie she's a zombie?
I don't.
Don't call my mom
in
that.
the bar.
Or
Yeah,
something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do
Yeah,
sort
they
of
say it like
break
2
that.
or 3 times.
They acknowledge that, zombie movies exist and they don't say it normally.
Mhm.
So
Edgar Wright is perfect, like we've all touched on, from Space
Mhm.
to Last Night in Soho. All his films are amazing. The movie itself is well acted. It's funny, and probably when we watched it the first time, while we did enjoy it and wanted to show other people, I think the older we got, the more we appreciate this film, because the humor is different. It's kind of the same thing. Like, last year, I watched Seinfeld start to finish for the first time ever. Never watched Seinfeld, and I always say I'm glad I didn't, because I probably wouldn't have thought it was as funny, in high school and middle school as I do as an adult. And this is another one of those films where if you didn't think it was funny when you saw it 20 years ago, go back, watch it again, pick up on a lot of things.
And I would venture to say, too, that people our generation, most of them hadn't seen the whole Romero trilogy. They saw this first and then went back to watch it.
Definitely.
Yeah. But, going last is always, like, I like going last, but also it takes away from anything that I can say, because usually it's touched on unless we have, divisive opinions. But in this case, as soon as Krista picked this movie, we already knew where it was headed. Like, our little movie review, I've already made one up to send to TJ, but I'm waiting to verify that the ranking is what I think the ranking is going to be.
I was very worried that I was going to get flack for not picking like a straight horror movie.
No, and it gave us a reason to watch it again, and I haven't seen it in a couple of years. Probably.
What's the stupid, horrible Thanksgiving movie that we watched?
Thanksgiving?
No,
Blood Rage.
Blood Rage.
Hey,
We can watch.
don't you
Blood
hate on
Rage
Blood
this
Rage
podcast.
now.
I love Blood Rage. I love it.
That's
I have it right there.
Okay.
I have it right there. It's fantastic.
That's not cranberry sauce.
It's not cranberry. That's the best line in the whole movie.
Right?
But yeah,
They
like,
loved it so
everybody's
much they said it
points-
3 times.
Everybody's points. I share the same thoughts and feelings. The only person I know who didn't like this movie is Christine Gregory, because it was too much language. So shame on her. That is my mother.
I mean, it does start early with can I get any of you a drink?
Yeah.
What word was it? I can't remember.
Oh, I can't say that word.
It's
you
the
guys
C
have
word.
a clean
It's the C word.
podcast.
It's the C word.
It's
Right?
the best word, but It's
Well,
it's
and
a word we
and
can't say.
Ed drops the N word in this movie.
I
Oh, he
forgot
does.
about that.
Yeah.
Which made, and then I instantly paused because I had to think. I was like, "Is it okay since he's British?"
No,
Because
it's still
he's
not
still
okay.
white.
In
Yeah.
I
2004,
felt like
people
I felt
thought
like
it was
in
okay.
the first episode of Scrubs when JD asked Turk, he's like, "Now, even if I normally would never say it, if it was in a song, nope, you still get okay, just to make sure."
He also has the gay when he's
Oh,
but it's,
yeah.
it's a great callback. It speaks to the character. It's true to the character, but couldn't do
And
it
it's very
today.
subtle. He's like, all right, gay. Like it was just so
Yeah.
subtle. Like they're amazing. Both of them together, the whole trilogy. And I don't know how many other films. I know Day of the Dead was kind of trending in the direction, but where we domesticate the zombies. Like I know Fido. I'm sure there's a few others sprinkling. Land of the Dead did that too. I think Sean and Ed were chained up in that one, right?
They
Like,
were.
Yeah.
or something.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that was something else that I hadn't necessarily seen at that time when I watched it the first time. It's like, oh, so if my friend gets bit by a zombie, I can just keep him in my shed and we can play video games. Like that's fucking awesome, So a lot of groundbreaking, I think, for 2004, and for just me personally. I can't say enough nice things about this flick. So we'll go around and give our rankings, and then we'll close up shop.
But what about best kill?
Oh yeah, best
We
we
kill.
can do best kill.
Keeping
So-
us on our toes, Krista. I like it.
That's nice. Let's do
well-
best kill.
So I'll preface this with I counted today on my second rewatch this week, because I was looking for other kills that I could actually add to the list and try and like. You don't really see a lot of other people get killed. Barbara gets killed.
Are we counting zombies?
I don't count
Dead?
zombies. I love the pipe scene with Mary because, like, when she lands on that pipe and pushes herself up, that's such a good. But it's not a kill. The only kill I think that counts is David because it's so good, and you're so ready to see him die because he's tried to shoot Barbara and he tried to shoot Sean.
Literally,
And-
he pulled the trigger.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
well, he
Jumped in
killed
and pulled the
Pete.
trigger.
He killed Pete.
Well, Pete was already dead. He
Pete was already a zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So just straight people. It's got to be for me, David. Any disagreements with that? Does anyone else have
All
a
in
favorite
favor,
kill?
say aye. Aye.
And it's also because we wanted it to happen. Like he's
Yes.
the equivalent of Franklin from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And
so
it's
fitting
and
that
it's
he
totally a
dies violent.
callback to Day of the Dead. They pull
Yeah.
him apart the same way they pull apart the horrible Captain Rhodes in that film.
Yeah.
Well, and nobody else you see in this movie, you don't actually see them, quote unquote, die violently. They get bit and turn. You haven't really
Yeah.
seen anybody get, and then David gets.
I
He
would
gets what
say
he got.
the bites are bad though. Like I would say, like when Ed gets bitten and like when Philip gets bitten, it's rough. Like that
The
was
hole in Barbara's arm,
yes.
which was mocked up after another zombie movie, and I can't remember which one. I probably didn't write it down, but it was supposed to be an homage to another wound on someone else in another.
Oh, I think
You probably know.
Oh, actually, I think it might be
not-
American Werewolf in London. The Friend.
That is Edgar
Oh,
Wright's
yeah.
favorite film.
Yeah, I think
Great
that's what
one.
it was.
Yeah. So he had.
I should probably watch that sometime.
Oh.
Oh, my god. Oh my god.
Oh, it's so
Now,
Moving
don't tell
on.
me you've seen
Moving
in
on.
Paris, but not in London.
That's got a great soundtrack though.
That
Yeah,
does.
it
Yes.
does.
It does.
It's got Bush's mouth, like the remix, which is
Yeah,
better
that's-
than the original. But yeah, I think we're all in agreement. And that's Edgar Wright. The way that he was killed was not just an homage to Day of the Dead, but I think he was self-aware of the character, and he knew as an audience was watching it, like, fuck that guy. Like he deserves whatever he gets, and he got
got.
So for rankings, obviously I'm a 5. It's one of the few movies I own multiple copies of. I have the soundtrack. I will watch if it's on TV. Like there's nothing wrong with this movie to me. Never has been, and there never will be. So I'll give it a 5. Kellen?
Yeah. Like I said, it's in my top 10, possibly top 5 of all time. Again, I'm just like Jay. I own multiple copies of this movie. When the steelbook came out, I bought the same steelbook that Jay had. simple cover, not the one that kind of looked like, I guess, that one, the broken record cover.
The broken record.
Nice.
I have to speak, or no one can see what we're pointing at.
I bought that as soon as I saw it. It was the best impulse buy I've had in probably in the last 10 years. So yeah, for me, I agree with everything Jay said. It's just a perfect film. So 5.
All right, Krista.
Obviously, if I could give it more than 5, it would be more than 5. So it's a definite 5 stars for me.
All right, TJ.
Unequivocally, it's a 5-star, and I think I've only given 1 or 2 films that. So
yeah. All right. So all right, John. Pressure, bro.
Well, you're talking about perfect movies, and then someone mentioned American Werewolf in London. That is also a perfect movie, in my opinion. Like I
agree.
I can't praise that movie enough. Best werewolf film ever. Yeah, I mean, this movie's great. There's really nothing you can point out about this movie. It's flawless. It's 5 out of 5 for sure. I mean, there's no way it couldn't be.
So if you can see this, I went ahead and did the ranking. I did 5 out of 5.
What is the graphic?
I'm for
zombie.
Clint.
So, but so 5 out of 5. Obviously, again, if you haven't seen it, I don't know why you're listening to our show, because this is like centered around what we love.
And I've watched it, no joke, like 50 times. And last time I watched it, I picked up something I hadn't seen before.
Well, like Jay said, it's one of those movies that if it's on TV, you stop and watch. Even if you don't sit and watch the whole thing, you stop and watch at least 15, 20 minutes of it.
Like, I feel like if I ever got to a point where you saw all the things, you knew all of the Easter eggs, you would still be able to watch it because you just appreciate that level of detail and craft that went into making it and sharing it with others.
This could be a
so many
stage
Easter
play.
eggs. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I mean, easily
I
this
never
could be a
thought
play.
about that.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't adapted it, honestly.
And I don't. It was we kind of danced around it, and then I'll let Jay close it out. But you've all kind of mentioned it. This is not quote unquote a straight comedy. It's comedic, if that makes sense. It's like they didn't intentionally make this funny, but they made the characters. They put them in funny situations, which I think is so brilliant, because they could have done it over the top and just made it a straight comedy that had horror elements, but they made a zombie film that had humor in it.
Which is the trick. That's why horror comedy is the hardest balance to strike, because you need to put straight characters in comedic situations. And that's where the comedy comes, not trying to make them be funny in a life-threatening situation. That don't make sense.
Yeah, even Ed is not the comic relief per se. He's just kind of an idiot and just keeps making dumb decisions that end up being funny.
I think the quote that I say the most since I've seen this movie is "There's a girl in the garden." So you guys know my obsession with my forest critters I have in the backyard. So possum, raccoon, skunk, fox, like squirrels. Like, so whenever I like peek out and see, I'm like, there's a girl in the garden. Whenever there's a possum, like I say that all the time. Like I love that, and I love that whole scene with the vinyl being thrown. And
then you turn around and say, he's got an arm off.
But yeah, beautiful movie, hilarious. And if you take away the humor for it, it is straight up horror. And then if you think about your group of friends who you may all be looking at one another now, do you trust them in this situation? Because Kellen's already told me he's not going to help me if I'm getting a gun pointed at me at a liquor store.
I don't know why that made me just think of it, but real quick, when it shows the two groups passing, other than the Ed character, it's almost like a parallel of this is the B squad in a zombie movie. It's the one that we're getting. Like, these are not the people that you would want part of your zombie
Yvonne's
squad.
team,
Her
they
team,
all still have their weapons.
Yeah, you
they're
want them,
covered in blood. Other than Nega Ed, they're all like actively there. That's the team you want to be on.
Yeah.
That's the zombie movie you normally get. Is the action people that
they're the ones like in 28 Days Later. They're the ones that make it to the military and get
saved. And Martin Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
It's the little baby Martin Freeman. All right, so we're gonna close up shop. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and to wherever you listen to this podcast now. Follow us on Instagram. If you have Amazon Music, I made a playlist. We'll have some Queen on it. after this episode. So go check that out as well. And come back next week. I know we've jumbled some things up, so I'm not quite sure what we're going to be doing next week, but hey, come and find out. Krista, thank you for coming on, and thanks for your role in Kellen and I's friendship. Life would be weird without it. Life could be more peaceful without it. I don't know. But it's been a while. It's been a while, like what, 20, almost 20 years, like 20 years. So we're dating ourselves.
2002.
The movie came out in 2004. So I guess 22, 21 years.
I've known you for 22.
It'd be 2002, I think, was when we joined ASI.
2001.
2000. Wow.
Yeah.
We're old.
Was it? I thought it was in the spring. Was it in the fall?
It was in the fall.
There we go. 2001. God, 22 years. Ugh.
Yeah.
Our friendship can legally drink plus a year.
Huzzah. All right. So signing off, I'm Jay with John, Kella, Krista, and TJ. And until next time,
keep it spooky.
and there's a girl.
Did you just call me Kella?
He did.
Kella.
He did.
Kella. So, okay, one thing.
My umbrella.
I didn't want to bring this up on the show because I didn't want it to even be considered a negative, but I'm just curious to what y'all thought. When they meet and they're, the groups meet and they're like, okay, we'll go this way. Why did they do that? What was the logic? Because wouldn't you want to stick together? Or are they worried about zombies crowding?
I think it was more they're on their own paths. I think
they each had their plan on where they're going.
Yeah,
that's probably what
an homage to this is, like I said, this is the B Squad. These are not the normal people that you follow in a zombie movie. Here's the normal ones, but they're going that way. So
we've already met Yvonne. She's just bought a house. She's living like a grown up, and Sean is taking his girlfriend on an anniversary date to
the Winchester.
Maybe the Winchester because he forgot to make reservations. So it's you're getting that juxtaposition of the.
Which is funny when they're like, "Oh, you're going to the pub." Okay.
Yeah, and the first time they meet, they say they're going to the Winchester for one terrible reason, and the second time they're going to hold up in the Winchester, and she's silently judging him both times for different reasons.
Yes, both very valid.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm out. It's dinner time for me. Thanks,
right.
Krista. That was
Don't
fun.
get red on you.
Thank you, guys.
Get some cornetto.
Honor and a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks
for having you.
For all
Thanks
your
for
notes and good insights.
Yeah. Hello, and welcome back to the Horse Sanctum podcast. I'm John. Fuck. Start over.
Leave
it in. I like it.
We'll go live.
Yeah.
You're John?
Leave it in.
Yeah, you forgot your own name. Wow.
I know. Well, I was reading, and John's the first fucking name after mine. So, all right. Start again. All right.
TripAdvisor calls us one of the top 10 ghost tours in the U.S. for good reason. Not only are our guides the best storytellers in the business, several attract a lot of things themselves. Book your tour now at ChattanoogaGhostTours.com. Chattanooga Ghost Tours offers not only award-winning tours, we are the first ghost tour in the world to offer investigations and ghost hunts using amazing tools such as the Talking Oculus and the new Ultimate Hunt with SLS Ghost Mapping.
Show yourself again?
Yes. Book now.
Or just put the gun down before you kill someone.
Teenage Girl's Diary.
Hello, and welcome to another Dollar Store Drive-In. I'm your host, Laura.
I'm Joel.
And we're the Newlydeads. And we have our familiar Shaggy right here, just hanging out, being in the way.
He couldn't be on TV last week because he was sleeping, and he decided not to join us. And so this week he's back, freshly bathed, so he's super clean. And I'm back in my traditional garb.
Sweet.
And we're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, he feels good.
Talk about this movie that
we have a movie to talk about this week.
Oh, real quick, if it's 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on Wednesday night and you're watching this, or you're about to watch this, you just watched the last episode, we will be in the chat at tinglertelevision.com. Just hop onto the drop down where it says Tingler Roku. Once you're in there, you'll see a little chat box. You can talk to us. We'll be there eating our dinner. Most of the time, if we're not going to be there, I'll try and post on the Facebooks to let you know. I think it also works through their app or through their website on your phone. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but anyway. So, what is the show about?
Yeah, so this is a show where Mr. Newlydad and I, we purchase a DVD, a Blu-ray, some sort of movie media, and it has to be under $5. And that's pretty much the only qualification.
Something we haven't seen.
Something we haven't seen.
And typically a genre film.
Yeah, normally horror or sci-fi horror related.
Or some sort of maybe thrillery, depending. We've done a couple of those thrillery type things.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the three main.
That is the main criteria of our show. And then we watch the movie and then talk about it.
And then we tell you all about it.
Are sometimes spoilers. We try not to do lots of spoilers, but we'll also give you our recommendation on whether we think that you should watch it or not. And so if we feel like that's like a nah, like we'll usually give you a little more spoilers than that.
Yeah, if it's something that was god awful and we don't want you to see it, we'll try and find ways to make sure you don't, and that's one way. If it's something from like 1960s, that you've had ample time to watch, maybe not as much. But yeah, we try to be considerate.
Yeah. So what did we watch this week?
This week we watched Robo-Croc. Not an asylum film, but sure felt like an asylum movie.
It did feel like an asylum movie, and it had some actors in it that seems like they would fit right in with the asylum piece.
Asylum-y? I mean, check it out. Just make sure. Look around on the back. Does it say asylum anywhere and I missed it?
Oh,
I don't think
distributed
so.
by Origin.
Nope. Yep. Because all the trailers were Origin trailers, including the one for Dead Sea. Yes, there was a trailer for Dead Sea, and I made her watch it.
And if you've watched this show,
you know how much we love Dead Sea.
Yeah, it's dead. Sometimes dead is better.
Yep, but it is not the worst film we watched on the show.
No.
Not anymore.
Oh, sorry about the dinging. I forgot to put my phone on silent.
Not after last week, was it when we watched the worst movie we've ever watched on the show? No.
It was last week.
Last week was the top 5.
Yes.
The week before that.
Yeah.
Was the worst one we've ever seen on the show.
Yep. All right. Should I get to the synopsis?
Yeah, and you got it to read, so.
It makes me happy. I don't have to make something up. I know some of you like when I struggle.
I don't like the struggle. I just like what comes out of your brain. Because I like the way you think. And the way you look. And the way you smell. And the way you... Just everything.
Today's actually our 5-year anniversary of being together.
The first day we talked was on November 8th.
So he's feeling all nostalgia.
And by the time you watch this will be like 3 weeks from now because we're ahead of schedule right now with recording. So it'll be long past our anniversary, but don't tell anybody. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're in a little secret there.
All right. So, Robo-Croc.
Oh, yeah.
You ready? This one's a long one.
That's what she said.
Yeah, so get on your A game here, Joel.
Oh, wait. I forgot I got to act.
Right. A top secret unnamed spacecraft disintegrates upon re-entry. Its mysterious military payload crash lands in the crocodile habitat of a place called Adventure. A combination water park, amusement land, and world famous crocodile exhibit. Because that sounds safe. Anyways. Following its pre-programmed instructions, the payload, a next-generation nanotech-based combat drone, finds a host in the form of the park's prize 20-foot Australian saltwater crocodile, Stella. She's the largest saltwater croc in captivity. Immediately upon infecting its host, the drone's payload nanobots begin to transform Stella from an organic living creature into a lethal killing machine with only a single directive: survival.
Oh, that was going to be to kill, so I was going to kill something, but survival? How do you show survival?
It eats.
Yeah,
it just
I know,
wants
but
to eat.
how do you indicate survival in mime?
So who's in this? Wait, do we want to show are we showing the trailer before we talk about who's in it? Yeah, we do.
She's jumping ahead. She's excited to talk about
I
this one.
know, because there's people in it that people might know.
I got notes. So, first we watched the trailer, which, where's the trailer coming from? Last time you told me where it came from, so.
Can you do that?
Like, straight ahead? And then where does it go after that? Because there it is.
It goes on a little...
It spins out? Wow. All right.
I'm making it difficult for him.
And I'm feeding into this. She probably would have forgot about it if I wouldn't have said
No,
something.
I wouldn't have.
I
like the trailer part. It's always my
So-
favorite. So yeah, should we watch the trailer?
We should watch this trailer for
What
the film.
trailer are we going to watch? Multi-trailers? All of the trailers? Where are they all at? Here they are! I'm just messing with him. He likes popping the trailers in.
Watching the one trailer.
Alright, we'll be right back.
We had an incident. Something happened in the crocodile enclosure this morning.
Something's very wrong here.
All the lakes, pools, ponds, lagoons, they're all connected underground.
She's in the water park. We have hundreds of people in there today.
We gotta get him out. We gotta get him out now. You should know she has the potential to be a man-eater.
Whoa!
It's imperative we take it alive.
What are they doing?
Electrifying the lagoon.
It's perfectly clear that the crocodile is to remain alive.
This ends now. Don't move.
That thing's still out there and it's out of control.
My orders still stand.
You do realize her jaws have more crushing power than a great white shark.
Yes, I think we can manage.
We're back! That was very aggressive.
That is the universal sign for children pretending to be crocodiles or alligators.
Actually, do you remember doing this, one of these guys, like,
Oh no!
as a shadow puppet? It's like
that?
this.
Oh, yeah, vaguely.
It looks more like a... Is a crocodile pointy-nosed?
Crocodiles have pointy noses and alligators have
are
rounded
fat.
noses.
I always get those mixed up.
Yeah.
To me, a crocodile sounds like it should have a round nose, and like an alligator sounds like it should be pointy.
See, I think crocodile, because it's a very sharp sound, the C's.
I think crocodile's like a big...
See, and I hear alligator, I think.
Alligator. No, see, I think alligator's like long and pointy.
Apparently there's something I said.
Like an A.
Oh, I see. Maybe it's because of that greater than, less than thing that they used to say. You know, if the alligator is eating this way or that way, and it's very pointed because it's, you know, the greater than, less than symbol.
So I always get them mixed up, but a crocodile is a pointy nose.
Crocodile has a pointy nose, and alligator has a rounded nose.
Yeah.
And Shaggy has just a little cute little black nose that you want to boop.
We want
very
to boop
boopable.
You.
And he'll
So, what'd you think of the trailer? Did you see anybody that you recognized?
Things that might
someone from the 90s
surprise you. If you're a 90s kid, or you like old shows, or you're a parent of a 90s kid, you may recognize some people. But we will talk about them in a moment, because this is the point in the show where my wife says, no, we're not there yet. So now I'm jumping ahead. First, we talk about things, in which I have notes. I got to hide.
We're all over the place.
Got to hide what I'm gonna. So I did drew a crocodile, a stick.
See, that looks like an alligator to me.
A helicopter.
I was gonna say an alligator. What is that? A steaming pile of something? Oh, it's a croc.
Yeah, but there's flies around it because crocs are. Never mind. Oh, there's people out there that like crocs.
Like the shoe. He drew a shoe.
Oh, and then I also.
It was a stinky one.
Deliberately.
Oh, yeah. I like that guy.
The Leatherface food. You what?
I like that little guy. That little clown.
Oh no! What'd you say about crocs though?
Nothing.
You know people that like them?
No.
Oh.
I said I like that.
Oh.
Clown guy.
All the kids like the Crocs though. That's the thing.
Like, the kids do like the Crocs.
High school kids.
Why? Tell me all about it.
They like them.
Come talk to us in the chat.
I think the nurses like those things too if they don't have holes in them, like the cloggy type things. They're kind of like clogs, but they're supposed to be very comfortable.
We are going off the rails on the Crocs.
But yeah, I don't. Well, the movie has a crocodile, so it's all about a croc.
And Crocs. There's
Yeah.
a guy wearing Crocs.
There is literally a guy wearing Crocs
That's
in
why
a
he drew it.
2013 film. So this is 10 years ago before the kids caught on to the crocness.
He was stylish before it was stylish.
Shaggy's about to try and jump up in the chair
Oh,
with you.
he really is.
So this is currently sitting at
He just wants to give me a hug.
3.0 out of 10.0 on the Internet Movie Database. Shaggy recently has decided that it's a thing that he's going to jump up in the bed every morning before he wake up. Otherwise, he doesn't sleep in bed with us. But lately, he's decided that that's his new thing.
He loves me.
He does. So this is directed by Arthur Sinclair, who this is the only movie he ever directed. No writing credits, no nothing, just this. So, good job, Arthur. This was written by Berkeley Anderson. There's a lot of E's in this name. Berkeley. That's a lot of E's in Berkeley. They also are known for writing Monster Ark, as in like Noah's Ark. For monsters. Lake Placid versus Anaconda, because that's the mashup we needed, because both of those films did well as they got older. Further into the franchise. And for SS Doom Trooper.
Ooh. Sounds doomish.
All right. I looked it up, and I'll put the little box. You know, I like to put the box art so you can see what they look like. That one you guys might actually want to check out. So this stars, first of all, one Cora Nemec, who you may remember as being Parker Lewis from the hit 90s show Parker Lewis Cannot Lose.
Can't.
Which also, I'm trying to be,
You're trying to be smart with your sweater and your glasses.
Which also stars Kubiak. That's not the actor's name, but...
No, but when he said that, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that name.
Who you may remember as Jerry from ER. Just a great actor, and I wish I could think of his name, but all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank.
His name's Jerry from ER.
It's. I'll put it right here because I feel bad.
Yeah.
But I actually took 2 lines of names to put down for Cora Nemec because he had so many great movies to talk about. So of course Parker Lewis Can't Lose. He was in something called Blade Squad.
Wow.
Sand Sharks.
Ooh.
He was in Rotten Tail.
Oh!
He was in a movie called Puppy Swap.
Okay.
You always got to have a puppy movie in there somewhere. And then I put these here because these are... apparently he's got a thing for playing serial killers because he was in Chicago Massacre, Richard Speck, which I've seen that one. He was in Boston Strangler, The Untold Story. And he was in Bundy, Legacy of Evil.
Wow.
He played 3 of the
He's got the face of a serial killer.
Apparently. I don't think he's that scary.
He does have like a nondescript face, you know? Like he could like play any role and just kind of like slide right in.
Like he can do comedy, he can do serious, he can do
but he doesn't have like a strong look to him. He just looks like your average dude.
He's kind of like Neil Patrick Harris with less charisma.
Yeah. He was funny in this movie though.
I mean,
he's got charisma.
Yeah.
But he's not Neil Patrick Harris charisma.
No one. He's a national treasure.
Yes.
Incidentally, if you're not familiar with Cora Nemec and Parker Lewis Can't Lose, it was basically a ripoff of Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Well, let's just say it was inspired by instead of being ripped off.
Homage. But the funny thing is that Ferris Bueller's Day Off had a TV show as well. Didn't last as long as Parker Lewis. So what does that tell you about the show?
It was interesting.
It did all right.
Yeah.
This also stars one Dee Wallace Stone.
From the E.T. movies.
Genre legend. You may know her from E.T. She was in Cujo, which we just watched recently. Yeah. She was in a lot of Rob Zombie films. She was in The Howling. And she was in kind of a cult classic, Popcorn.
Popcorn.
I just kind of recently stumbled across Popcorn again. Remember it when I was a kid seeing the commercials and was like, what is that about?
Now I want popcorn.
And then now I've watched it like 3 or 4 times in the past 5 or 6 years. It's a thing. Oh, Shaggy just farted and apparently freaked himself out. The last name I'm going to mention is the female lead in this that is not Dee Wallace, who played a total witchy woman, is Lisa McAllister.
Oh, yeah.
The reason I mention her name is that the first credit I saw on her resume when I looked her up was Dead Cert. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Dead Cert, like death certificate, but Dead Cert. It came up in another
Which is,
episode.
like, who is this person? Like,
she was the blonde girl that made it all the way to the end with Corin Nemec's son.
Oh, that girl?
Yeah.
Was she a biatch?
No. Dee Wallace Stone was the one.
Why'd you say she was a witchy woman?
Dee Wallace was. I forgot to say that Dee Wallace was.
Oh, it sounded like you were saying that girl was.
No, Lisa McAllister was fine. Oh wait, no, Lisa McAllister was not the girl that was with.
It was the one that was
other,
love interest.
The love interest.
You could tell right away she was his love interest.
She also is known for Pumpkinhead, Ashes to Ashes, which I believe is the
right on.
Or the fourth one.
Pumpkinhead.
And The Number One Girl, which I'll put up the poster here. You'll see why I chose that one because, the poster made me laugh. So anyway, this is the point in the show where my wife says,
"What'd you think?"
And Shaggy says,
"Woof."
He looks very disinterested.
He's just staring me down like
he He's like,
oh, but he doesn't want me to pet him.
Apparently not. Well, here's the thing. It definitely thinks it was an asylum film.
Yeah.
It tried really hard to be an asylum film. And what's kind of funny about it is that there was a bunch of trailers, like 20 minutes of trailers on the DVD. And as we were watching them, there was a couple of them that I was interested enough to look up to find out more information. Neither of them has any distribution. You couldn't buy the DVD. You couldn't rent the movie anywhere. There was nowhere it was streaming. It's like they made a movie and then they just chose not to distribute it, but they put the trailers in the other movies. It's weird. So Origin, you're dropping the balls. You should sell them to the asylum. They might distribute them for you, or our good friends at ITN.
Yep.
Perhaps.
We like those people.
Randy, what you think? Specifically, there's a movie called Lost Girls, which looked kind of interesting.
Not to be confused with the TV show from Canada.
Correct. So
I like that show.
First of all,
being cheesy, and I love it.
Number one question: did you fall asleep?
No, I did not. It kept my attention, and I laughed a little bit.
See, and that's the very first thing I have here is that the crocodile, once it gets nanobit by the nanobots, it runs funny.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Once it got bit. Yeah. And it's not quite a robot yet. It's like still
fleshy.
A crocodile.
But I remember the first time you saw it running through the trees after the guy with the Crocs on, she just started laughing really hard.
Oh my God. Funny. It was like super fast.
It's kind of like Shaggy when he runs. I also wrote the word Chocodile just because I think that was a funny name for a sweet treat.
Chocodile.
I felt like there was a lot of missed opportunities here. They like I said, they tried to be an asylum film, but Asylum is known for kind of pushing the fact that it's cheesy and they know they don't have a big budget and that it's kind of sometimes a ripoff of something else or an homage.
Yeah, like the Bigfoot movie.
But like for example, there's a shot here where the guy Corin Nemec is trying to get his friend back who got chased by the crocodile in the very beginning, ended up in the pipes of they work in a zoo, so he's in these little drainage pipes.
It's a zoo
/ water park /
something else.
And so he's in the drainage pipe in the lion's den. And so they go into the lion's den because they're going to help get him out. So Corin Nemec and Lisa McAllister are going in the pen. Why they need both of them, I don't know. Why they needed to go in there in the first place is a little sus because they just had to help him because they didn't have a key to get him out. And they could pull it off the thing, but he couldn't kick it off. So I don't know. Anyway.
It was loose.
Plot. So they're sneaking in, and the lion sees them and is slowly starting to decide that it's going to come and mess with them. Which I don't think lions are going to bug you, especially because they showed it eating right before that. So if it's full, I don't think it's going to care that you're in the pen. But anyway, so unless they got babies or something. So it starts coming towards them, and they're sneaking to get the guy. They get him out. He's limping. They're going to the rope to climb up out of the enclosure. Meanwhile, as the lion's getting closer, they're about to try and get out of there with an injured dude. The Robo-Croc shows up and starts coming at him, and then they cut the scene, and they're all outside of the pen, and everybody's fine, and nothing happened.
A lot of missed opportunity there.
There was no closure on that anecdote. Did the lion get eaten? Did they cut it out because somebody complained about the lion getting eaten? Was there some sort of thing that happened that they lost the footage? I even rewound it because I thought maybe something skipped. It just wasn't there. The love interest thing was telegraphed like 10,000 miles away between the son and the girl, and then between Lisa McAllister and Corin Nemec.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, they're gonna fall in love,
or do it.
They're gonna do it in front of the Robo-Croc.
They didn't do it, but that at the end or whatever, that guy was like, "You're gonna get some" or something.
And then the Robo-Croc went. That didn't happen. They pulled a Live Free or Die Hard, except instead of a motorcycle versus a helicopter,
it was a Robo-Croc versus helicopter.
Mm-hmm. It was one of the best parts of it. That or the water slide was also a good part. Because, Robo-Croc and water slide is funny. I wrote meet cute, M-E-A-T, cute. That didn't happen in the movie. I just thought it was funny. When I wrote it down, I was like, that's funny. They're in a meet cute because they're meat. Laura insisted that I write down this quote. There's two quotes she made me write down. The first one is, "There's not a pig's chance in a piranha pond."
That you're going to get out of there. Something like that.
So is this going to be like in our vernacular now? Like, are you going to say this?
Pig's chance in a piranha pond. And what was the other one?
The other one you had me was, "What in a Croc's cooch are you doing here?"
I'm pretty sure he didn't say Croc's cooch, but that's what it sounded like.
I'm pretty sure he did. What else would he say?
I don't know. Not
what in a
cooch.
Croc's
why
cooch?
does a croc have a cooch?
Gooch?
I don't know.
Lucha Libre?
It was funny.
It was weird. She enjoyed it. I also have to wonder, is the water park, is it really that valuable that to keep people in or to keep people out, that it's designed to be built like Fort Knox? Like, they have to go through Jurassic
Tunnels.
Park style doors, through tunnels, right through a sewer system to get out of there, to get away from the Robo-Croc. And there's
it just doesn't seem very safe.
Yeah.
Why would you have aquatic animals at the same location as people swimming around and stuff?
Yeah.
It's like I said, not well thought out.
That reminds me.
And a zoo.
Yeah, it's very weird. I forgot, I don't have it down here, but you remember when Parker Lewis is running through to get away from the Robo-Croc, or not Parker Lewis, his partner, and his partner runs into the Birds of Prey sanctuary. There's no gate. There's no door to get in and out. It's just open.
And I've never seen Birds of Prey just dive bomb and attack a person.
There's also no enclosure. If you see birds at a zoo, there's always a enclosure.
How do you keep them in there?
There's no enclosure. There's no gate to get in and out. There's no door. There's no nothing. It's the Bird of Prey area where the Birds of Prey just hang out, apparently.
Yeah, it's weird.
Reasons.
And they were random looking, nondescript birds that were attacking him. It just looked like the crows, from the birds.
Yeah, or Birdemic, just really CGI'd looking birds.
You're so cute.
Thanks. It felt like the longest hour and 24 minutes I think I've had in a while.
I would disagree. It was pretty long feeling, but like, yeah, I disagree. Long feeling.
Trailer for Dead Sea. I said, was that a sign? And then I think the biggest thing that I had a problem with was that it just kind of ends. Like they make a joke sort of at the end.
Yeah.
And then it's over.
Better not be poop on your pants. Ha ha! Or no, I hope that's mud. That's what he says.
Hey there, poopy pants. No, it's not like
I
House
hope
of a Thousand
that's
Corpses.
mud.
It's just, yeah.
The end. And like just literally
Roll
just
credits.
end. Yeah. Roll credits. Fast.
Yeah, like TV credits at the end of a TV movie. You've seen them where they go because they got to get to the next show or whatever.
Yes.
And they can slow them down or speed them up depending on how much time they have to kill.
It is a sci-fi movie. It was from the Sci-Fi Channel.
Was it?
Yeah.
Maybe that's before. No, that couldn't be before the Asylum because.
That's probably
Sharknado
why it was running like that.
Huh.
I saw it somewhere.
I believe you. I mean, it feels like a Sci-Fi Channel movie. Like it definitely feels like a sci-fi original. Which maybe they have Origin and Asylum both. I don't know enough about the.
Ooh, baby.
these companies to know.
I don't remember where I saw that, but I did see it somewhere where I thought I saw something that said sci-fi. Anyways.
Yeah.
So, should we rate said movie?
I think it's probably about that time, and I'm kind of curious what we're gonna rate it on.
1 out of 5 Crocs. The shoe.
Oh.
Oh yeah, the director of Young Guns.
Oh right, that's not in my notes either. I forgot. It was directed by the guy that did Young Guns. Incidentally, I think there was a missed opportunity to do like a prequel to Young Guns and call it Baby Guns or Young Guns Juniors or Young Guns Kids or something, like a Saturday morning cartoon like Muppet Babies.
He was being very funny with that.
Okay, so 1 out of 5 Crocs, the shoe, not the animal. I guess
Maybe I was wrong about this.
I'm going to give it a 2. 1, because of Corin Nemec being somewhat charming and then comical a little bit.
And it was like nostalgic seeing him.
And it felt like an Asylum movie, which made me happy,
Yeah.
but only to a point.
What'd you give it?
2.
2.
I feel like I'm being a little generous, maybe because I'm feeling generous.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a. I'll give it a 2. I laughed. I didn't fall asleep.
It's true.
I like the Parker guy.
It's true.
It was cheesy, campy. I mean, if you like these kind of like a blatantly cheesy, like kind of movies, watch it.
I think I know why you really gave it a 2. Because that dude had a killer chest tattoo.
Oh my god.
It's killer.
It just said like it had like 2 little lines, and he was like walking around like he was like some buff, like badass, and I was like, it probably just says, "I love love."
Right, and it was literally like just this. It was the smallest little print, and that was it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So if they don't want to watch this movie, which
I'm going to give it a shot.
What should they watch?
Well, I had 2 things I originally thought about. I'm like, Rampage kind of falls into this a little bit, but it doesn't have to do with. There's kind of an alligator thing in it that's genetically, but didn't feel right. And then I thought about Deep Blue Sea, but then I'm like, genetically engineered sharks, kind of in the same vein. But then I'm like, I want to go a little bit more on the nose, but in a different way. So I went with 1980s Alligator. Because it's about a alligator that gets chucked down in the sewer, like the old urban legends say. It grows because of things in the sewer that make it. I don't know if it just grows because it grows. Anyway, it gets to be huge, and then it starts attacking people above the sewer and in the waters and lakes around there. And they got to send in somebody.
The clowns.
Robert Forster's got to go in with his receding hairline to take it out. It's such a good movie. It's so fun. And then they made a sequel called Alligator 2, The Next Mutation. So I think that's what it was. I'll put it up here just in case. It's not a robot, I know,
That's okay.
but it's a giant alligator, and it's much better.
So it's got a big round nose.
It's much better. It has got a big round nose. We watched it. You saw it for the first time on Joba.
Oh. Did I fall asleep?
Yeah, I think so.
It's
all right.
hard.
We'll watch
It's
it
hard
again.
for me to stay awake on Friday nights. It's been a long week. I just want to relax, eat some food, go to sleep.
It's going to be on the shelf eventually. I could have said Killer Crocodile, which I have 1 and 2 on the shelf.
Yeah.
But-
All right. What are we watching next week?
Whoa, she just blew that up. So, from the randomizer, gotta grab it here because we're running out of time. We are going to be watching 1973's
Psychomania.
which incidentally, we also saw a bit of it, just enough to know that we wanted to see it.
I think Alamega was watching it, right?
I think so, on Tingler Television, our lovely host network. And it's been one that I've almost bought on several occasions on Blu-ray to add to the collection, just because it's one of those things that's kind of culty. But now we have this copy to watch and find out if it's really worthy.
You're probably going to keep it on the shelf, I bet. It's
Not
from
this one.
1991?
No, it's from 1963.
It says printed. Oh, printed.
1973, I'm sorry. Not 63.
1996. There's a lot of dates on
That's
here.
when the DVD probably was? No, that's not right, because the DVD would have been after that.
All right, so Psychomania, motorcycles, violence, the occult, and suicide extremes. What? All in one movie.
Oh, yeah.
Tom is a nihilistic leader of a motorcycle gang who decides to explore just how much chaos he can trigger. With the help of his occultist mother, he finds a way to bring the dead back to life. He and his gang are determined to be the first live test subjects of this theory. They all decide to commit suicide, each biker picking a more bizarre way to die than the last, and wreak havoc in a peaceful pre-punk English countryside when they are resurrected.
Yep.
Interesting.
We saw a little bit of it, but not Joe Bob, like I said, on Alamega. So we know a little bit about it, but we've not seen more than like 10 minutes of it. So it still qualifies. But
86 minutes long.
Between now and the next time when we watch that, if you would like to check out our website, where you can see things that we have for sale, you can do that at thenewlydeads.com.
Yep.
You can also contact us at contact@thenewlydeads.com.
Find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
Spoonflower. And then coming up in December, we are going to be at the Krampus Market at Wolf Hollow, our home away from home. I'll put the little flyer up here on the screen so you can check it out.
Yep.
And it's only going to be like a week or two away from when this episode airs. So we won't be talking about it too much longer, and then we'll move on to the next thing. But yeah, if you're in Rockford area and you'd like to come by and check it out, we'll be there. So
awesome. Well, thank you very much for watching, and until next time,
keep it cheap and creepy.
Bye.
Go look after your mother and sister. Where are you going? We're gonna finish this. Goodbye, Tom.
False alarm, nothing. We're pulling back up.
You okay? Oh, okay. Sorry. Are you okay? Oh my God. Pretty lucky shot, huh? Yeah, lucky. She just killed a helicopter with a...
Hello, and welcome to the third monthly Food Fight. I'm your host, Laura.
Week 3. I'm Joel.
And we're the Newlydeads.
We are.
And we are having another round of Mexican food. And this week, where did we go?
We went to Fiesta Cancun.
And that is located on Riverside in Rockford, Illinois.
Is there 2 or 1?
There's 2. There's one that's over by...
McChesney?
No. I'm gonna yawn because I'm tired. No, it's over by Perryville and State Street.
I just feel like
at least there used to be one over there. Yeah, so they don't have Pastor on their menu, like a regular kind of thing. And it turns out that they had it on special tonight, but I didn't know that because it wasn't online or anything like that. So unfortunately, we did not get any Pastor tacos, so we cannot compare them. And honestly, I've had a long day, and so I was in the mood just to get what I wanted to get for dinner instead of like ordering sopes again because I wasn't really feeling sopes. Yeah, and Joel wanted like a fun burrito. Well, he said a steak burrito, and then I found like this like magical sounding burrito. So
I just was all over the place with my taste this week. So
yeah. So I got him like a crazy burrito. Actually, I think that's what it's called. It's like a
crazy burrito,
like a burro loco something or other.
That's crazy.
And then I ended up getting a seafood quesadilla because I was just in the mood for seafood because it's Friday and like Friday seafood.
Which I was like, we're going to split everything, right? And she's like, well, it's seafood. And I'm like, well, I like seafood. And she's like, it's got this and this. And as she went down the list of things in it, I was less and less liking seafood.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to get the menu. Keep talking to the people and I'll tell you exactly what's in it.
Because the one thing that turned me off in there was the scallops. I've had scallops 3 times now, I think. And all 3 times I tried and I just, can't do it. Don't care for it. Maybe I've just had the wrong ones, but yeah. So she's going to grab the menu. Looks like she's got it in her hand. She's being pursued by Shaggy.
Sorry, I just flopped on the couch. I don't have my glasses on because I didn't want them to be shining in the thing there. Yeah, of course I'm not gonna be able to find it quickly. Quesadilla. I got the Gigante seafood quesadilla. It has fish, crabs, scallops, shrimp, and grilled onions topped with cheese sauce, and it has rice and beans.
Crab and scallop is where you lose me. The other stuff I'm okay with, but I will try it.
And then for his burrito, I got, if I can find...
You just moved the blanket.
Yeah, it is burrito, not grande. Quesadilla, fajita, Cancun cheesesteak.
What I was referencing was we have dog blankets on the couch because Lucy sheds like a sheddy dog, and because she sheds, and so we have the blankets down so she can sit on the couch because it's the new couch, and she likes to move the blanket so she can sit on the actual couch. And that's what she just did. So now she's got this perfect little circle where her body is, and she's using the pillow for her head because that's what she does. Anyway,
I think yours might have mushrooms in it, but
okay.
Yeah, they're probably chopped up pretty small.
I'm alright with that.
So his,
I'm not a mushroom fan, but
I like mushrooms. Now I lost it. All right, it's the I had it. Okay, Grande Burro Loco, steak, chicken, bacon, onions, mushrooms, rice and beans, topped with cheese sauce and chorizo.
And you saw it in the original, in the opening video. We'll show you again here in a second.
Yeah.
But
Are we trying chips? No.
Yeah, we did the chips. It's part of the whole experience, but I just don't know which one is which.
Well, this is their salsa.
Oh, what's that stuff?
That's just like side sauces, I think, probably.
Yeah. I mean,
like hot sauce and mild sauce.
We always cheers the chips first, and then we cheers the food, and then.
As soon as I smell the salsa, I'm like,
oh,
chip. Oop.
Uh-oh.
Hang on.
That salsa looks almost like it's. Initially, I was like, "Is that like a sweet thing? Is there like cherry in there?" It's so red. But the chips look delightful. I don't want to tip that too far.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Almost spilled it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I would have been sad.
You didn't want to eat that chip, huh?
No. It fell on the floor. Okay. Are we cheersing? Cheers before you chew?
Before you chew. Yeah, we do for the chips and then the food and stuff like that.
They have good salsa. Their chips are like,
Well, I think they're fresh, but not super fresh. Is it spicy?
It's got a little heat. It's good though. It's not as like thin. I mean, it's thin, but it's got more chunks and stuff in it.
Yeah, out of the ones we've had so far, I think that's my favorite of the three. Although, if anybody's in Kansas City or going to Kansas City, I don't know if Frickin' Frack is still there, but the best like salsa I've ever had is at Frickin' Frack. We used to go there. My brother and whoever he was dating at the time would go there, and they had like tacos, like 3 for $1 or something on Tuesdays, and we would get the tacos and the salsa. And that salsa, you could literally just drink it. It was that good. And that's the only time in my life when I've ever eaten Mexican food and just like slathered it in sauce. I mean, the tacos were fine.
He is not a sauce person.
But that place, and then where I used to work at Don Cholitos, which does still exist in Johnson County, Kansas.
We have their what do you call it? Cookbook.
Yeah, and
menu.
their sopapillas that she has mastered. My kids just devour. Anyway, they have excellent salsa. They have hot and mild, and then they have sopapillas. Look at this thing. In case you missed it in the video, because the opening video is a little fast.
That is a patty of chorizo.
Look at that thing. That's crazy. And yes, she gets some, and I get to at least try her thing and see if I
I just want to try yours.
Ill. I won't, but... All right, what are you eating there? Just the beans first?
And the rice.
Oh, wait. Smell that. Oh, man. Man, oh, man, that smells good. Oh, wait, here.
I'm doing both.
I'm going to... Beep. Because I don't want to...
Cheers before you chew.
Welcome to Laura and Joel Eat Stuff. Because that's what we do. Man, there's a lot of condensation in there. Have to clean that out.
Their beans are not my favorite.
No, they're a little thinner than most of the beans we've had so far, which I like a little bit of chunk to them. And the rice.
Fine. That's fine.
Second bite was better than the first.
Yeah.
First one, it didn't seem like there was a lot of flavor.
Yeah, their beans are kind of...
If you put them together, they're not bad.
They're nothing to write home about. They're not like, first week, right?
No, I think the first week was... No, the first week all over so far has been...
Your favorite?
Just 1 point above last week. So unless this stuff...
blows it out of the water.
Then, we may already know that the Los Portales is still the best. But so I would say what we should do is whatever I know I'm going to try by that. I think we should probably do the chorizo independently and then get into the burrito. So we're doing that first?
No, let's do your burrito.
Okay. Pardon us while we try and maneuver here, because this is going to be a delicate... I'd say take just a little bit of or no, however much you want, but some of the chorizo first, just to try, because we eat a lot of chorizo around this household.
This looks like fresh.
So this looks like, just delightful. So I want to try it independent.
It is delightful.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
I want that with some eggs. Chorizo and eggs, or chorizo and what else do we eat chorizo with? We eat chorizo with lots of stuff.
Sometimes we have like a breakfast burrito.
Oh.
I'm going to try to
that is spot on.
Dig a little bit. Is that okay if I dig into your burrito?
Hey, we're sharing, man.
It's got cheese sauce all over
we're
it.
married.
Ooh,
What's mine is mine.
Steak.
That's a lot of onion pieces.
I'm just going to kind of try the pieces that are coming out. Oh, there's... I'm going to grab that.
I was going to say, take some of my onions. I'm getting nothing but onion. You're getting nothing but meat, so...
Oh, I lost my onion. Oh, there's some chicken. Oh, there's bacon.
I got a mouthful of bacon on that first bite.
That is an interesting burrito.
I'm not always the biggest burrito guy.
You wanted one, though.
I know. I wanted steak, and I wanted something... This just seemed like it was what I was in the mood for.
Yeah, he wanted steak burrito, and I was like, nah, you're going to get chicken steak bacon.
I told her to, just surprise me. But Laura bought at Costco, they have this thinly sliced steak. She bought it for us and the kids for a meal, and we had it on rolls, and
it was so good.
I think that's why, as I was still craving it, is that I just,
you're living on the fumes of the steak. That's good. You happy? You look happy. That was a happy point.
All right, we got to do one more thing before we move on. All right, come back in here again.
Do you like the cheese sauce?
I like everything here.
Mm-hmm.
Come back in. This time,
Oh.
got
With
a little
the
chorizo in there.
got a little chorizo in there.
Grab a little bit of what you can. Yep. Gotta use your fingers. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, that's too much. Well, that's still too much, but whatever. Mm-hmm.
I just feel like you should have it the way nature intended.
That chorizo's good. Thumbs up.
Yeah, the chorizo ruined it.
He's being funny.
I'm kidding. All right, wait. Quick palate cleanser.
Oh, that's a hunk of cheese right there. Look at that.
All right. What the heck is that, man?
Cheese. I think you should go in like right here.
All right. I just don't want to poke a hole in the bottom of your boat here, because then you will have
sinking
fish
There's
everywhere.
a lot of cheese.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you guys see this? It is just
Hella cheese. It's all
You
cheese.
don't need to cheers, but I'll wait to bite.
That's a big piece of
So,
shrimp.
is it just stuff that's mixed? Oh, so it's not like all one big seafood medley. It's just chunks of everything kind of here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what I'm getting.
What'd you get? Cheese.
That's all I tasted was cheese.
Here.
Just a lot of cheese.
You like shrimp?
I do like shrimp, but
Here.
here. Just trying to get a little bit of the.
That is a butt ton of cheese. It's tasty. I don't really see any fish.
I'm sure it's hiding in there somewhere.
Oh, here's some.
It's just,
This is a scallop.
Yeah. I mean, would I order it myself? No. But would I, if somebody was like,
seafood.
here, would you like my leftovers or whatever?
It's good.
Or they ordered it and we're sharing. I've had them 3 times. This is going to be the 4th time as a charm. Is that it?
Yes.
I always say twice. I think it's a texture thing. Like mushrooms, I kind of like sometimes mushrooms, but
Still no?
it's too fishy for me.
They're not always like that.
It just reminds me of that time we had crab from Storm and Norman's, and you were so excited. And
it was bad.
We did a review of that, didn't we? Yeah, when we talked about Storm and Crab. I'll say it since we've already talked about it. And I've only had crab, like crab cakes is the only thing I really like. And so I've not had a whole lot of fresh crab. I've had a little bit. But boy, that doesn't taste as fishy as that did. But that's kind of where my head gets when I have stuff that's fishy. Like, what was the last thing that you had that was fish related, and it just was too fishy for me? And you're like, oh no, that's
chips?
good. The oyster chips? No, it was actual fish. It was some sort of a fish product that we were eating. I just don't remember what it was.
I don't remember.
One of the meals we had out, and I was like, that's just too fishy for me. And you're like, no, you're wrong. That's good. And I'm happy that she likes it, but
you're wrong.
Just for me, I keep tapping it. I'm sorry. To all of you out there, this time it's not her watch. It's my foot.
Also, if you like beer, get this. Actually, if you like beer and wine.
Which one is that?
It's my favorite one. It's the Wisconsin Belgian Red from the New Glarus Brewing Company.
Because our friend Michael...
it is the tastiest beer I've ever had in my entire life.
Michael and Luke just had a New Glarus Serendipity, I believe it was, and said it was one of the best, if not the best he'd had.
No, he's right.
Said it was...
Serendipity is really good, but...
I don't know. I don't
this,
know, but...
I don't even know how to describe it. Like, if you read the little tiny, fine, little teeny weeny little print on the side here.
It's beerish.
It literally says it's like the marriage of beer and wine, and like they are like not kidding. It is
which seems like
sweet.
An odd pairing.
It's a sweet drink. Oh, it's so good.
But I mean,
it's cherry flavored.
Like, hey, here's some wine. Here's some beer, and they poured it in the same glass, and then they went and they drank it. I can't see that being a thing, but
it's not like that.
No, I'm just saying, like when you say,
I was gonna say, you want to try it?
When you say beer and wine, that's the first thing that I imagine is somebody just pouring it in at wherever.
It is literally my favorite beer.
She does
alcoholic drink,
and she doesn't drink very often, but
ever.
Every time she's had one of those, which in the time since
makes my heart happy.
We picked those up on our honeymoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that when we got those, or was this?
Nope.
Did you buy
these? You're right.
And that was like a year ago, and she's only had like I don't know 3 of them since then.
Yeah.
But she always just like raves about it.
It's so good. It's made with cherries. Yeah, like I have like I know I need.
She's trying to read it.
I know I need bifocals. It's fine. Yeah, it's so freaking good.
I can kind of read it from here, but
you have to go to Wisconsin to buy it though.
And supposedly you can't bring it across the border or something, or you can't sell it. I don't know what's the rules there.
You can't sell it.
Oh,
they only sell it in Wisconsin.
But
we live super close, so
does our friend Michael.
Yes.
He lives in Wisconsin.
He lives in Wisconsin. Yeah.
Yep.
So does my friend Taylor. Hi, Taylor.
Hi, Taylor. Hi, Michael. I don't know if you guys watch the videos, but hi.
But
anyway.
I'm saying hi, and now you have to watch it because I'm going to be like, I talked about you, and I'm not going to say what I said until you watch it. Whatever. Anyways,
right, so it's time to rate.
Yeah. What would you give Fiesta Cancun? It's hard to compare.
Well, we're not eating the exact same thing, but I feel like we had enough variation that it's still a fair comparison, because if their food is good, it should be consistently good no matter what you get, as long as it's something you like. Now, if you're like, I'm going to get the one thing I hate in this world, then of course you're going to be not a fair comparison. So, for me to compare that part of it, I'm taking it off of the parts that I enjoyed, because I can't knock it down for scallops. I just don't like scallops. That's all there is to it.
But you can compare the rice and beans.
Sure. No, I think it's fair that we can compare it, and it's not going to be like we're knocking anything off because it's not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we would have had to get the exact same item, like the pizza puff thing.
Yes.
Which that was hard.
Oh my god, that was so hard because everything was the same. Pizza Puff is made by Pizza Puff.
End of story. This is all made by different folks. So anyway, back to where we're going. We're trying to rationalize our so out of 10, I'm going to give it an 8.
Wow.
Regardless of the scallop.
Yeah, I'm going to give it like a 6.5. Yeah. I like it.
Wow.
Yeah, I like it.
That wasn't enough to
the beans really knocked it down a little bit for me.
Even that delightful mass of heaven right there didn't. I mean, I'm not trying to.
I'm trying to remember what we had last week. No. Can I change? Can I change it?
Until the end of the video, you can change.
I think last week I gave it a 7, so it is a little bit.
Week 1 was an 8, and you were an 8, and I was a 7. Week 2, we were both 7s. This week, I'm an 8.
And I think I think that the beans are less, whatever, than like last week.
But it's a side. It's not your main.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to remember exactly. We had sopes and we had.
Last week?
Yeah.
We had the pineapple taco.
Oh, right. This is definitely better than the pineapple taco. All right, 7.5. 7.5.
So this is going to push this ahead of
Yes.
Los Portales.
No. Los Portales,
Los Portales was
is an
7
8.
and 8.
Yeah, but Los Portales is an 8. For me.
Right.
So
but I was a 7.
Right.
I just was an 8. If you're a 7.5, then that pushes us ahead of Los Portales. Not trying to influence you again.
Yeah.
But if that's your honest...
Yeah, that's my honest
opinion. Is that what
opinion.
you're locking in?
Yes.
7.5.
7.5.
All right. Well, we have a new leader on the leaderboard. Why'd you fart?
Because I like Los Portales more.
It's okay.
You know I do.
You can still say, and we can't... If we went back and you had the Al Pastor, doesn't mean that their Al Pastor is better. It just means that overall the food experience we've had is better than Los Portales, even though Los Portales may have the best Al Pastor.
True.
Because we've had places where we've gone and we're like, man, this is the best, blah, 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 and we've had something else and we're like, man, that was garbage. It happens.
Yep. All right. Well, if you want to see more content, we've got more YouTube videos, and you can also go and look at some of our cool artwork at thenewlydeads.com.
I don't know where if I could make it float around like those VCR things where I was like, I would. But...
We are going to start uploading, we promise, some new stuff to the website. Joel has been making some adorable stuff. Like, if you're a fan of the movie Elf for instance.
I don't have a digital version of that, though.
Yes, you do.
That was just a sketch.
Oh, you're going to make that a digital version.
I guess I'm making it a
He
digital version.
is painting, like hand painting right now.
Analog art.
He's making a ghost elf, like the Buddy the elf. Yeah, stop that. And he made the narwhal. Every time I say that, hope you find your dad. That's what it is. Like my coworkers, every time I say it, like they're like, "Hey, buddy, hope you find your dad." So yeah,
I wasn't gonna make a digital version, but
very excited about that.
And on our business card, we have a new mascot, sort of. We have Sven, Supermarket Sven. We've got us, various versions of us, and now we've got this
Ghost Balloon.
I forget what we call
I'm calling him Ghost Balloon.
I thought he got an actual name.
Ghost Balloon. I don't know.
But we're talking about doing some things with him. But I've already got 3 versions of him. One of which will, one of which is specifically Christmas themed.
Yeah, he made one into a zombie.
How you make a ghost into a zombie?
Oh, you'll find
Only
out.
Joel knows.
Yeah.
But it's I have to show you what I was doing while you were gone. It was I made some additions. Anyway,
nice.
All
right.
Also, December 3rd.
Oh yeah.
Find us at We'll Follow for the Creepmas with Krampus market. On the 4th, we will not be there, but we'll be there shopping probably for the Yule market. So be there for that as well.
Let's eat our chorizo.
The video, the other thing will be done by the time we post the video. So
yeah,
we'll let you know how that came out with the Greenwood Cemetery auction.
Yep.
On our next video.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Well, video after next.
Thank you for watching. We will see you next week or tomorrow. I don't know.
We'll
see you soon.
Tomorrow and the next day.
Yes.
But the one for Sunday was recorded before.
No one needs to know that.
Too late.
All right. Bye.
TripAdvisor calls us one of the top 10 ghost tours in the U.S. for good reason. Not only are our guides the best storytellers in the business, several attract a lot of things themselves. Book your tour now at ChattanoogaGhostTours.com. Chattanooga Ghost Tours offers not only award-winning tours, we are the first ghost tour in the world to offer investigations and ghost hunts using amazing tools such as the Talking Oculus and the new Ultimate Hunt with SLS Ghost Mapping.
Show yourself again?
Yes. Book now.
Welcome to the third monthly Food Fight. I'm your host, Laura.
Week 3. I'm Joel.
And we're the Newlydeads.
We are.
And we are having another round of Mexican food. And this week, where did we go?
We went to Fiesta Cancun.
And that is located on Riverside in Rockford, Illinois.
Is there 2 or 1?
There's 2. There's one that's over by...
McChesney?
No. I'm gonna yawn because I am tired. No, it's over by Perryville and State Street.
Oh. I just feel like
at least there used to be
2.
one over there. Yeah. So they don't have Pastor on their menu, like a regular kind of thing. And it turns out that they had it on special tonight, but I didn't know that because it wasn't online or anything like that. So unfortunately, we did not get any Pastor tacos, so we cannot compare them. And honestly, I've had a long day, and so I was in the mood just to get what I wanted to get for dinner instead of like ordering sopes again because I wasn't really feeling sopes. Yeah, and Joel wanted like a fun burrito. Well, he said a steak burrito, and then I found like this like magical sounding burrito. So
I just was all over the place with my taste this week. So
yeah. So I got him like a crazy burrito. Actually, I think that's what it's called. It's like a
crazy burrito,
like a burro loco something or other.
That's crazy.
And then I ended up getting a seafood quesadilla because I was just in the mood for seafood because it's Friday and like Friday seafood.
Which I was like, we're going to split everything, right? And she's like, well, it's seafood. And I'm like, well, I like seafood. And she's like, it's got this and this. And as she went down the list of things in it, I was less and less liking seafood.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to get the menu. Keep talking to the people and I'll tell you exactly what's in it.
Because the one thing that turned me off in there was the scallops. I've had scallops 3 times now, I think. And all 3 times I tried and I just, can't do it. Don't care for it. Maybe I've just had the wrong ones, but yeah. So she's going to grab the menu. Looks like she's got it in her hand. She's being pursued by Shaggy.
Sorry, I just flopped on the couch. I don't have my glasses on because I didn't want them to be shining in the thing there. Yeah, of course I'm not gonna be able to find it quickly. Quesadilla. I got the Gigante seafood quesadilla. It has fish, crab, scallops, shrimp, and grilled onions topped with cheese sauce, and it has rice and beans.
Crab and scallop is where you lose me. The other stuff I'm okay with, but I will try it.
And then for his burrito, I got, if I can find...
You just moved the blanket.
Yeah, it is burrito, not grande. Quesadilla, fajita, Cancun cheesesteak.
What I was referencing is we have dog blankets on the couch because Lucy sheds like a sheddy dog, and because she sheds, and so we have the blankets down so she can sit on the couch because it's the new couch, and she likes to move the blanket so she can sit on the actual couch, and that's what she just did. So now she's got this perfect little circle where her body is, and she's using the pillow for her head because that's what she does. Anyway,
I think yours might have mushrooms in it, but
okay.
Yeah, they're probably chopped up pretty small.
I'm alright with that.
So
I'm not a mushroom fan, but
I like mushrooms. Now I lost it. All right, it's the I had it. Okay, Grande Burro Loco, steak, chicken, bacon, onions, mushrooms, rice and beans, topped with cheese sauce and chorizo.
And you saw it in the original, in the opening video. We'll show you again here in a second.
Yeah.
But
are we trying chips? No.
Yeah, yes? we did the chips. It's part of the whole experience, but I just don't know which one is which.
Well, this is their salsa.
Oh, what's that stuff?
That's just like side sauces, I think, probably.
Yeah. I mean,
like hot sauce and mild sauce.
We always cheers the chips first, and then we cheers the food, and then.
As soon as I smell the salsa, I'm like,
oh,
chip. Oop.
Uh-oh.
Hang on.
That salsa looks almost like it's. Initially, I was like, "Is that like a sweet thing? Is there like cherry in there?" It's so red. But the chips look Delightful. I don't want to tip that too far.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Almost spilled it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I would have been sad.
You didn't want to eat that chip, huh?
No. Got a lot of flour. Okay. Are we cheersing? Cheers before you chew?
Before you chew. Yeah, we do for the chips and then the food and stuff like that.
They have good salsa. Their chips are like,
Well, I think they're fresh, but not super fresh. Is it spicy?
It's got a little heat. It's good though. It's not as like thin. I mean, it's thin, but it's got more chunks and stuff in it.
Yeah, out of the ones we've had so far, I think that's my favorite of the three. Although, if anybody's in Kansas City or going to Kansas City, I don't know if Frickin' Frack is still there, but the best like salsa I've ever had is at Frickin' Frack. We used to go there. My brother and whoever he was dating at the time would go there, and they had like tacos, like 3 for $1 or something on Tuesdays, and we would get, you know, the tacos and the salsa, and that salsa you could literally just drink it. It was that good, and that's the only time in my life when I've ever eaten Mexican food and just like slathered it in sauce. I mean, the tacos were fine.
He is not a sauce person.
But that place, and then where I used to work at Don Cholitos, which does still exist in Johnson County, Kansas.
We have their what do you
cookbook.
call it? Cookbook.
Yeah, and
menu.
their sopapillas that she has mastered. My kids just devour. Anyway, they have excellent salsa. They have hot and mild, and then they have sopapillas. Look at this thing. In case you missed it in the video, because the opening video is a little fast.
That is a patty of chorizo.
Look at that thing. That's crazy. And yes, she gets some, and I get to at least try her thing and see if I
I just want to try yours.
Ill. I won't, but... All right, what are you eating there? Just the beans first?
And the rice.
Oh, wait. Smell that. Oh, man. Man, oh, man, that smells good. Oh, wait, here.
I'm doing both.
I'm going to... Beep. Because I don't want to...
Cheers before you chew.
Welcome to Laura and Joel Eat Stuff. Because that's what we do. Man, there's a lot of condensation in there. Have to clean that out.
Their beans are not my favorite.
No, they're a little thinner than most of the beans we've had so far, which I like a little bit of chunk to them. And the
rice
is
fine. That's fine.
Second bite was better than the first.
Yeah.
First one, it didn't seem like there was a lot of flavor.
Yeah, their beans are kind of...
If you put them together, they're not bad.
They're nothing to write home about. They're not like, first week, right?
No, I think the first week was... No, the first week all over so far has been...
Your favorite?
Just 1 point above last week. So unless this stuff...
blows it out of the water.
Then, you know, we may already know that the Los Portales is still the best, but... So, I would say what we should do is whatever I know I'm going to try a bite of that. I think we should probably do the chorizo independently and then get into the burrito. So we're doing that first?
No, let's do your burrito.
Okay. Pardon us while we try and maneuver here, because this is going to be a delicate... I'd say take just a little bit of or not however much you want, but some of the chorizo first just to try, because we eat a lot of chorizo around this household.
This looks like fresh.
So this looks like, I mean, just delightful. So I want to try it independent.
It is delightful.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
I want that with some eggs. Chorizo and eggs, or chorizo and what else do we eat chorizo with? We eat chorizo with lots of stuff.
Sometimes we have like a breakfast burrito.
Oh.
I'm going to try to
that is spot on.
Dig a little bit. Is that okay if I dig into your burrito?
Hey, we're sharing, man.
It's got cheese sauce all over
we're
it.
Married. What's mine is mine.
Steak.
That's a lot of onion pieces.
I'm just going to kind of try the pieces that are coming out. Oh, there's... I'm going to grab that.
I was going to say, take some of my onions. I'm getting nothing but onion. You're getting nothing but meat, so...
Oh, I lost my onion. Oh, there's some chicken. Oh, there's bacon.
I got a mouthful of bacon on that first bite.
That is an interesting burrito.
I'm not always the biggest burrito guy.
You wanted one, though.
I know. I wanted steak, and I wanted something This just seemed like it was what I was in the mood for.
Yeah, he wanted steak burrito, and I was like, nah, you're going to get chicken steak bacon.
I told her to, just surprise me. But Laura bought at Costco, they have this thinly sliced steak. She bought it for us and the kids for a meal, and we had it on rolls, and
it was so good.
I think that's why, as I was still craving it, is that I just,
you're living on the fumes of the steak. That's good. You happy? You look happy. That was a happy point.
All right, we got to do one more thing before we move on. All right, come back in here again.
Do you like the cheese sauce?
I like everything here. Come back in this time.
Oh,
got a little chorizo in there.
Got a little chorizo in there.
Grab a little bit of what you can. Yep. Gotta use your fingers. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, that's too much. Well, that's still too much, but whatever.
I just feel like you should have it the way nature intended.
That chorizo's good. Thumbs up.
Yeah, the chorizo ruined it.
He's being funny.
I'm kidding. All right, wait. Quick palate cleanser.
Oh, that's a hunk of cheese right there. Look at that.
All right. What the heck is that, man?
Cheese. I think you should go in like right here.
All right. I just don't want to poke a hole in the bottom of your boat here, because then you will have
sinking
fish everywhere.
There's a lot of cheese.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you guys see this? It is just
hella cheese. It's all cheese.
You don't need to cheers, but I'll wait to bite.
That's a big piece of shrimp.
Is it just stuff that's mixed? Oh, so it's not like all one big seafood medley. It's just chunks of everything kind of here and there. So I don't know what I'm getting.
What'd you get? Cheese.
That's all I tasted was cheese.
Here.
Just a lot of cheese.
You like shrimp?
I do like shrimp, but
here.
I'm just trying to get a little bit of that.
That is a butt ton of cheese. It's tasty. I don't really see any fish.
I'm sure it's hiding in there somewhere.
Oh, here's some.
It's just,
This is a scallop.
Yeah. I mean, would I order it myself? No. But would I, if somebody was like,
seafood.
Here, would you like my leftovers or whatever?
It's good.
Or they ordered it and we're sharing. I've had them 3 times. This is going to be the 4th time as a charm. Is that it?
Yes.
So I always say twice. I think it's a texture thing. Like mushrooms, I kind of like sometimes mushrooms, but...
Still no?
It's too fishy for me.
They're not always like that.
It just reminds me of that time we had crab from Storm and Norman's and you were so excited. And...
It was bad.
We did a review of that, didn't we? Yeah. When we talked about Storm and crab. I'll say it since we've already talked about it. And I've only had crab, like crab cakes is the only thing I really like. And so I've not had a whole lot of fresh crab. I've had a little bit. But boy, that doesn't taste as fishy as that did. But that's kind of where my head gets when I have stuff that's fishy. Like, what was the last thing that you had that was fish related and it just was too fishy for me? And you're like, oh no, that's chips? Good. The oyster chips? No, it was actual fish. It was some sort of a fish product that we were eating. I just don't remember what it was.
I don't remember.
One of the meals we had out. And I was like, that's just too fishy for me. And you're like, no, you're wrong. That's good. And, I'm happy that she likes it, but...
You're wrong.
Just for me, I keep tapping that. I'm sorry. To all of you out there, this time it's not her watch. It's my foot.
Also, if you like beer, get this. Actually, if you like beer and wine...
Which one is that?
It's my favorite one. It's the Wisconsin Belgian Red from the New Glarus Brewing Company.
Because our friend Michael...
it is the tastiest beer I've ever had in my entire life.
Michael and Luke just had a New Glarus Serendipity, I believe it was, and said it was one of the best, if not the best he'd had.
No, he's right.
Said it was...
Serendipity is really good, but...
I don't know. I don't
this?
Drink,
I don't even know how to describe it. Like, if you read the little tiny, fine, little teeny weeny little print on the side here.
Beerish.
It literally says it's like the marriage of beer and wine, and like they're like not kidding. It is
which seems like
sweet.
an odd pairing.
It's a sweet drink. Oh, it's so good.
But I mean,
it's cherry flavored.
Like, hey, here's some wine, here's some beer, and they poured it in the same glass, and then they went and they drank it. I can't see that being a thing, but
it's not like that.
No, I'm just saying, like when you say
I was gonna say,
beer,
you want to try it?
When you say beer and wine, that's the first thing that I imagine is somebody just pouring it in at wherever.
It is literally my favorite beer.
She does
alcoholic drink,
and she doesn't drink very often, but every time she's had one of those, which in the time since
makes my heart happy.
We picked those up on our honeymoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that when we got those, or was this?
Nope,
did you buy these?
You're right.
And that was like a year ago, and she's only had like I don't know 3 of them since then.
Yeah,
but she always just like raves about it.
It's so good. It's made with cherries. Yeah, like I have like I know I need.
She's trying to read it.
I know I need bifocals. It's fine. Yeah, it's so freaking good.
I can kind of read it from here, but
you have to go to Wisconsin to buy it though.
And supposedly you can't bring it across the border or something, or you can't sell it. I don't know what's the rules there.
You can't sell it.
Oh,
they only sell it in Wisconsin.
But
we live super close, so
does our friend Michael.
Yes.
He lives in Wisconsin.
He lives in Wisconsin. Yeah.
Yep.
So does my friend Taylor. Hi, Taylor.
Hi, Taylor. Hi, Michael. I don't know if you guys watch the videos, but hi.
But anyway. I'm saying hi, and now you have to watch it because I'm going to be like, I talked about you, and I'm not going to say what I said until you watch it. Whatever. Anyways.
Right, so it's time to rate.
Yeah. What would you give Fiesta Cancun? It's hard to compare.
Well, we're not eating the exact same thing, but I feel like we had enough variation that it's still a fair comparison, because if their food is good, it should be consistently good no matter what you get, as long as it's something you like. Now, if you're like, I'm going to get the one thing I hate in this world, then of course you're going to be not a fair comparison. So, for me to compare that part of it, I'm taking it off of the parts that I enjoyed, because I can't knock it down for scallops. I just don't like scallops. That's all there is to it.
But you can compare the rice and beans.
Sure. No, I think it's fair that we can compare it, and it's not going to be like we're knocking anything off because it's not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we would have had to get the exact same item, like the pizza puff thing.
Yes.
Which that was hard.
Oh my god, that was so hard because everything was the same. Pizza Puff is made by Pizza Puff.
End of story. This is all made by different folks. So anyway, back to where we're going. We're trying to rationalize our so out of 10, I'm going to give it an 8.
Wow.
Regardless of the scallop.
Yeah, I'm going to give it like a 6.5. Yeah. I like it.
Wow.
Yeah, I like it.
That wasn't enough to
the beans really knocked it down a little bit for me.
Even that delightful mass of heaven right there didn't. I mean, I'm not trying to.
I'm trying to remember what we had last week. No. Can I change? Can I change it?
Until the end of the video, you can change.
I think last week I gave it a 7, so it is a little bit.
Week 1 was an 8, and you were an 8.
I know.
I was a 7. Week 2, we were both 7s. This week, I'm an 8.
And I think I think that the beans are less, whatever, than like last week.
But it's a side. It's not your main.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm just trying to remember exactly. We had sopes and we had.
Last week?
Yeah.
We had the pineapple taco.
Oh, right. This is definitely better than the pineapple taco. All right. 7.5. 7.5.
So this is going to push this ahead of
Los
Portales.
No. Los Portales,
Los Portales was
is
7
an 8.
and 8.
Yeah, but Los Portales is an 8. For me.
Right.
So
I was a 7.
Right.
I just was an 8. If you're a 7.5, then that pushes us ahead of Los Portales. Not trying to influence you again.
Yeah.
But if that's your honest...
Yeah, that's my honest opinion.
Is that what you're locking in?
Yes.
7.5.
7.5.
All right. Well, we have a new leader on the leaderboard. Why'd you fart?
Because I like Los Portales more.
It's okay.
You know I do.
You can still say, and we can't... If we went back and you had the Al Pastor, doesn't mean that their Al Pastor is better. It just means that overall the food experience we've had is better than Los Portales, even though Los Portales may have the best al pastor.
True.
You know, because we've had places where we've gone and we're like, man, this is the best, blah blah blah, and we've had something else and we're like, man, that was garbage. It happens.
Yep. All right. Well, if you want to see more content, we've got more YouTube videos, and you can also go and look at some of our cool artwork at thenewlydeads.com.
I don't know where if I could make it float around like those VCR things where I was like, I would. But...
We are going to start uploading, we promise, some new stuff to the website. Joel has been making some adorable stuff. Like, if you're a fan of the movie Elf, for instance.
I don't have a digital version of that, though.
Yes, you do.
That was just a sketch.
Oh, you're going to make that a digital version.
I guess I'm making it a
digital version. He is painting, like hand painting right now.
Analog art.
He's making a ghost elf, like the Buddy the elf. Yeah, stop that. And he made the narwhal. Every time I say that, hope you find your dad. That's what it is. Like my coworkers, every time I say it, like they're like, hey buddy, hope you find your dad. So, yeah.
I wasn't going to make a digital version, but...
Very excited about that.
And on our business card, we have a new mascot, sort of. We have Sven, Supermarket Sven. We've got us.
Yep.
Various versions of us. And now we've got this...
Ghost Balloon.
I forget what we call him.
I'm calling him Ghost Balloon.
I thought he got an actual name.
Ghost Balloon. I don't know.
But we're talking about doing some things with him, but I've already got 3 versions of him, one of which will... One of which is specifically Christmas themed.
Yeah, he made one into a zombie.
How do you make a ghost into a zombie?
Oh, you'll find out.
Only Joel knows.
Yeah.
But it's I have to show you what I was doing while you were gone. It was I made some additions. Anyway.
Nice.
All
right.
Also, December 3rd.
Oh yeah.
Find us at Wolf Hollow for the Creepmas with Krampus market. On the 4th, we will not be there, but we'll be there shopping probably for the Yule market. So be there for that as well.
Let's eat our chorizo.
The video, the other thing will be done by the time we post the video. So
yeah,
we'll let you know how that came out with the Greenwood Cemetery auction.
Yep.
On our next video.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Well, video after next.
Thank you for watching. We will see you next week or tomorrow. I don't know.
We'll
see
you tomorrow and the next day.
Yes.
But the one for Sunday was recorded before.
No one needs to know that.
Too late.
All right. Bye.
Do you ever wonder what it would be like to have a twin? Do you wish you had more family members over for dinner? Well, don't worry, fam. I got you covered. And this week we have the movie Clonus Horror from 1979. You know, it leads to some really interesting legal and moral questions, Bob. Oh, hi there. Welcome back to Creature Features, now in its 15th year. I, of course, am your host, Al Omega, the alpha and omega of all things science fiction and horror. Bob and I were just talking about tonight's movie and some of the issues with it. Personally, I had issues with the airport because they lost my suit. So I have to break down in my camp shirts. Tonight we have a movie that looks like a very old idea, which has become a reality, although not quite like the movie. This week we have The Clonus Horror from 1979. Now, tonight's movie is obviously about cloning. And as you're watching it, I want you to think about this movie from the perspective of the clone. As we see in the film, they are raised in a very nice, if sterile, environment, given food and care, and a minimum of education. As comforting as their life is, trying to reach beyond those boundaries would be terrifying for them, as they haven't been given any mechanism for dealing with all the problems that they're going to have. Movies about clones have been around forever. Some movies even blur the line between clones and androids. In the 1970s, there was a series called The Clone Master. They only made a pilot, but it had an interesting idea that if you could clone someone and include all their memories, they might share more than just physical similarities. In fact, they might have psychic abilities, or in the series we see at least telepathy between each other. Tonight I'm going to inject a soupçon of real science into tonight's discussion as I bring up Dolly the sheep. She was the first clone brought out to show us that cloning was a possibility. What too many people didn't think about was that Dolly may not have been the first sheep they tried with. In fact, I think she was the 5th sheep. And she was only the first one to survive. Clone movies are a reflection of the time and of our own personal inner demons. And speaking of demons, let's talk about tonight's director. Tonight's movie was directed by Robert S. Fiveson. And this was the very first feature film he produced. He went on to do things like Communication, the Human Imperative, a TV series, and The Unbelievable Flying Objects, a TV movie, and When Pigs Fly. Guess what that is? TV movie. Originally from Winnipeg in Manitoba, and when he was a young man, his family moved to Brooklyn. Talk about some culture shock. As a young man, he was an avid reader and enjoyed things like weird science and I'm guessing probably Tales from the Crypt. Now he's also a writer and he did a number of scripts, but very few of them actually got much interest. Short of like this movie. Now this was written by Ron Smith, and it was his first movie he wrote, but he also wrote for things like Command and Conquer and Command and Conquer Red Alert, both of which are video games. This was co-written by Bob Sullivan and Merle Schreiberman. Hope we got that right. This was his first feature film, and he also wrote for things like Angel of Heat and Liberty and Bash. You should put those two movies together. As a producer, he also worked on things like Hunter's Blood and All Aboard for a Magical Musical Voyage. Now, tonight's movie actually has some proper names in it as far as the actors go, but the billing is a little weird, so I'm going to stick to the people that you need to know. Richard is played by Tim Donnelly, and he left the building in 2021. And he may look familiar because he did a lot of TV. He was in Hawaii Five-0, Dragnet, Adam 12, and Emergency. He was also in Toolbox Murders, which we've done. Now in the part of Dana, we have Eileen Dietz, and she was in things like Halloween 2, and Abnormal Attraction, and Night of the Caregiver. What is that, a horror movie where the nurse comes in and changes your bedpan regularly? She's originally from Bayside, Queens, New York, and has a twin sister named Marianne. She also has another sister who's also a writer. Now, in the part of Jeff Knight, we have Peter Graves. And he left us in 2010, and he did a lot of TV work. So we saw him in things like The Love Boat and Life with Lucy and Murder, She Wrote. Now, I think it's kind of a toss-up whether people will remember him most from being in Airplane or Mission Impossible. He's originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota, so he would know where Milwaukee is. And in school, he did a lot of sports and excelled as a saxophonist, popular with the girls. By 16, he was already a radio announcer. He spent several years in the Air Force, so he's a veteran, and then he went in to study drama. He was nearly in the new remake movie of Mission Impossible, but he didn't want his character to go bad. He didn't want to be a bad guy, and I can appreciate that. He also has an older brother, which you may have heard of, named James Arness. That's right, Miss Kitty. He has 2 films in the National Film Registry. One is Night of the Hunter, and the other one is Airplane. Never thought that one would make it into anything like that. Now, in the part of Dr. Jameson, we have Dick Sargent, and he left us in '94, and we saw him in things like the TV series Harry and the Hendersons and The Commish. But most of us know him from Bewitched, as he played the second Darren. Originally from Carmel, California, he attended the San Rafael Military Academy in Menlo Park, California. He then went off to study drama at Stanford. A little trivia, at one point he lived in Mexico, where he ran an import-export business, as he had a great love for Mexican art that stayed with him his whole life. Now, it's true that he did come out of the closet as being gay, but apparently he wasn't always gay. In 1974, he was on a little game show called Tattletales. And the big tattletale about it was he met Fanny Flagg and started dating her. You can only remember her from if you're of a certain age. Didn't she play Little Fanny Farkle, the Farkle family? I think so. And of Bewitched, he always said, Agnes Moorehead was the most professional woman in the world. He was so glad he got to work with her. As Jake Noble, we have Keenan Wynn, and he may have left the building in '86, but he had a long and active career, starting off back in 1942 with Somewhere I'll Find You, and 1958's Touch of Evil, which isn't the one you think it is. And in 1961, he was in The Absent-Minded Professor. We also saw him on TV doing Rawhide and Death Valley Days. He was in so much, it would be hard to say what people actually remember him most from. He started off in New York City, and you might say he was born into showbiz. His father, Edwin, was well known in burlesque and in television, and his grandfather was known for doing Shakespearean tragedies. Even his mother was a minor actress. He went to St. John's Military Academy and tried being a serious actor. That means doing serious parts, as opposed to comedy. In his later years, his acting was hampered by his severe ringing in the ears, which made it hard for him to hear anyone else around him. But he acted right up to the very end. Now, there's a reason why he had tinnitus, and that's because he was very fond of motorsports. In fact, he introduced Steve McQueen and Lee Marvin to Triumph motorcycles. They always said he was a craftsman, not a star, and his billing had always been and, or with, or including. He said he didn't mind it. Let the stars take the blame. Now, this movie was made with a budget of only $250,000 or so, and they had to divide that up, amongst the big-name actors, and they wanted to hire them for as little as possible, to get work done as quickly as possible. So Peter Graves did all of his scenes in one day. And I can tell you, Bob, having worked on some films, one scene can take an entire day, even if you're not doing 127 takes. Now, as I said, there are some legal, moral, and ethical complications to a movie like this. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. As I said, watch this movie with an eye towards the person being the clone. The person without knowledge or emotional tools to handle anything unusual. like the short we have before the movie. So let's get into The Colonus Horror from 1979. For me, Bob, the real horror is that they didn't seal the plastic bags all the way and now they're going to get freezer burn.
Begins at Ranger headquarters.
Homer, there's been an outbreak of cattle rustling in these parts. We need our very best man to track down the rustlers.
The very best man, you say, sir?
Yes, but I'm gonna have to send you instead, because I'm busy right now. This is a picture of the hombre who's at the bottom of it.
Sidewinder, wanted for grand larceny, petty larceny, extortion, assault with a deadly weapon, and parking in a no parking zone. Wow.
Well, nobody's perfect. He was last seen heading towards Sierra Susie's QT Ranch. Go get him.
Yes, sir. Nothing will stand in my way, sir. Nothing, sir.
To keep that boy in the Rangers? He must be crazy. What Captain Crabgrass say, Homer?
Honest Injun, Sidewinder is headed for Sierra Susie's ranch. We gotta head him off.
But when they arrived at the QT Ranch...
Oh, that awful man stole Zelda, our pet cow.
Don't worry, sis. Here comes Homer Ranger. He'll get her back for us.
Can you give us a description of the critter, Miss Susie?
Well, she had these long horns and big ears, and she moves a lot. And
but Miss Susie...
Here's a picture, Homer.
It's not the cow, I mean, miss. Can you give us a description of the rustler?
I can, Homer. He looked real mean, and he had this here big mustache.
Me no. Mean guy with mustache, General Custer.
No, Honest Injun. Willie the Kid Brother gave a perfect description of Sidewinder. Let's go.
But he went that way.
Thank you kindly.
Somebody shoots you right through 10-gallon hat, Homer.
Aha! That's our first real clue. We're closing in on him. Okay, Sidewinder. We know you're around here somewheres. Come on out and fight like a man.
Come and get me, Homer Ranger, you big sissy. Fell right into my trap. Have a picnic, fellas, and no picnic is complete without ants. I've been itching to do that for a long time. Adios, suckers. Come along, Zelda.
Meanwhile... That's smart.
Will they escape? Let's see. Without even knowing it, Honest Injun goes into the ancient tribal rain dance. And soon... We feel rain in face. We saved. Water wash off ants.
You sure do have rhythm, Honest Injun. Okay, Brooklyn, let's skedaddle out of here.
We recognize that moo anywhere. That's Zelda, the kidnapped cow.
Look.
Get in there, you no-good varmint.
He's rustling those critters in a flying boxcar. Halt in the name of the law.
Try and stop me, Boy Scout.
sidewinder. You are hereby under arrest. Doggone, I feel so naked without my high heels.
Hang on, Homer. I'm taking you for a ride.
You give up?
Yeah, I'm through being Mr. Nice Guy.
So you want to play rough, eh?
Yikes! He got both motors. I'm bailing out. If there's one thing I hate, it's a plane crash. Bon voyage, Homer. Meanwhile, back in the sky, Homer appears to be at the end of his rope. Will Homer escape?
Hot dog, I think I got an ID.
Quickly, Homer puts his plan into action and reaches the controls of the falling plane just in time to make a perfect three-point landing.
Here are your stolen cattle. You may go in for a moment.
Oh, Homer, I'm so proud of you, rescuing Zelda and all.
'Tweren't hardly nothing, Miss Susie.
In fact, I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
Well, Miss Susie, you know, we cowboys ain't allowed to kiss pretty gals.
Will Homer uphold the ancient cowboy tradition of not kissing pretty gals? Does he escape?
I'd be plumb crazy if I did.
You all know what I stand for. I believe in this country. Now, I know that may sound corny today, but you know why I want to be president? I think it's time that I started paying back this country for some of the good things it's given me. Sure, we've got problems. We're going to solve them by standing by the old-fashioned ways that made this country great. And that is what I promise to you. And from what I've been hearing the last few months, that's exactly what all of you have been waiting for. So that's what I'm going to give you. We've got 2 weeks to go, so let's go all the way!
That's our boy.
14 is clear.
Should I laugh also?
No, you don't have to. It was only a joke.
Oh.
How could I know Grayson was going to throw a knee?
Yeah, but you didn't bet on the quarterback. You bet on the game.
Well, I say the bet's off.
Well, it's not off. It's on. The bet's a bet.
What's the bet?
Never mind. Just put your helmet on and let's go. What's a bet? Oh, brother.
Congratulations, George.
Thanks.
Here you go.
Wow.
It shows no interest in what we're doing. Okay.
George is quite strong. I think he's ready.
So do I.
You have his workup?
Right here.
I see no problems here. You?
All the tests were positive.
Walker? Jameson. It's ready. Let's go.
Get it ready.
George! Excellent, George. I've got good news for you, George. You've been accepted. It's time to get ready.
George, what was that all about? I just qualified. I get to go to America. When? Later on. Congratulations, George. Thanks, Richard. Come on, I gotta go pack. Okay. Thank you. It's good to know that I have all of you as friends. And I know that soon all of you will be joining me in America. For that is the land where good friends live and are always happy. Thanks. Congratulations.
I should be joining you soon.
Well, of course you will, Dana. You'll qualify very soon. You'll see.
I've grown accustomed to you. I like having you touch me.
Me too. But I can't turn America down. You know that. It's too important.
But
George, it's almost time to leave for America, and we have to prepare for your trip, so let's go. Now.
Right.
Bye, everybody. Don't worry, they'll be coming soon to America. Let's go, George.
Bye.
Will it be all right?
Of course it'll be all right.
Come in, George. Sit down. Well, George, you look like you're ready to go to America.
Yes, I am.
How was your party?
Good. Dana, Richard, all my other friends were there.
Well, George, your party was step number 1 for your journey to America. But before you actually leave us, there are a few little details to be taken care of. Now, drink this.
What is it?
It's step number 2 of your preparation. Good. Now, George, I want you to play a game.
Okay.
I want you to start at 100 and count backwards.
100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95.
Standard procedure. Let's get it ready for transference.
Yes, it may be needed sooner. Expected.
Subject at standstill.
Standard density solution, please.
Start the pump. Hemoglobin 3%.
Stop the pump.
Vacuum, please.
Yes, sir. No, none at all. Everything's going normally. He's being prepared right now. Why, thank you. Yes, I'll tell him. What did he say? He said, well done, and he's very grateful. That's nice.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think I was just going too fast. Oh,
What?
your ear. It's like mine. I just noticed it.
Where do you live?
Section 8, north.
This is Riley. 2 controls accidentally met on rural sector 6. Please advise.
Separate them as quickly as possible. Identify for future deprogramming.
What's going on?
2 control clones met accidentally.
Did they speak?
Yes.
This could prove to be interesting. Cancel your order. We'll monitor their interaction.
I think we should just deprogram them.
We won't do anything but monitor them. See how they respond.
Very well. But if Walker finds out you're changing the pattern, he could get angry. You deal with it.
Walker.
Today, a guide was driving towards me. And he drove all the way around me. Just so I couldn't see what he was carrying. Does that ever happen to anyone else? Doesn't anyone think that's a little strange?
Guides may do strange things sometimes. It's because they have to watch out for many things for us.
Like what?
I don't know. Maybe so we don't get hurt. It's easy to get hurt.
Yeah, but they're always talking to somebody. There's nobody there. Who are they talking to?
Who knows? Eat. You want to run before the class?
No, thanks.
Where are you going?
To be by myself.
Why?
Good afternoon. Now, who knows what lesson we're going to have today?
Lesson 10.
That's right. But before we have lesson 10, who could tell us about the others? Jack.
In lesson number 1, we learned about when we were babies. And in lesson number 2, we heard about animals. No, that was number 3. In number 2, we learned about how food is grown and all about our home.
Well done. Well, now I think we're ready for today's lesson. So just sit back and relax.
Qualification, that magic time when you enter America. First, a party with all your friends there to wish you good luck and farewell. Next, you will be escorted by a guide past the door of the round building, the entranceway to America. This is the ultimate answer, the ideal. This is what you have all been waiting for. America, the land of beauty, where all your dreams come true. For this you have all been trained. America, the happiness of your new world forever, 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 forever.
Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Richard?
Dr. Jameson, I found something today that I think might be from America. It was floating in the river.
What is it? This is not from America. It comes from the river.
Oh.
I'll just keep it for the museum.
But it's mine.
Richard, this belongs to all of us. Well, that's it. Good afternoon, all. If you have any further questions, please go to the confessional. Find out how this got through the water valves and who in hell was in charge of cleanup. I want them out of here.
How may we help you?
I have a question.
Certainly.
What does M-I-L-W-A-U-K-E-E spell?
Please wait. M-I-L-W-A-U-K-E-E appears to be some sort of nonsense spelling.
Dr. Jameson told me it could be found in the river.
One moment, please. There is a rare kind of mineral that is called Milwaukee. It can only be found in certain parts of the river.
Can it be found in America?
No, it cannot. Is there anything else? Thank you. I'm glad we could help you.
Get them back to work.
Hello, I'm Lena.
I'm Richard.
Hey, what
did you ask me here?
Because I wanted to talk to you. The first day we met, I knew there was something different about you. You know what it is? Your eyes. They're so alive.
You know, I noticed the difference, too. I mean, you're not like my friends. Yours like mine, Richard. Why?
I don't know, Lena. I asked the confessional, and it just said that it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, me too.
Hey.
What?
It's getting a little cold. How about some firewood and a fire? How long before you leave?
To America? Oh, I don't know. No one knows. We go when it's time and when we're ready.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. Constantly. Where do you work, Lena?
I work in the Orange Grove. Oh, I like it. It's nice. Gives me time to write.
Right?
Yeah, I write my thoughts and my ideas. In fact, this was my special place for writing.
It was? What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong.
Oh, come on, Lena. Don't be like everyone else. You can tell me what's wrong.
Richard, we are not supposed to be talking like this. They told me it was not important.
What's not important?
His name was Adam. And we met in Compound 4 when we were 16. You know, he was beautiful, Richard. His hair was like the sun and his eyes were green. No, he really was beautiful. You're smiling.
I never heard anybody talk like that before.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I won't...
No, go on.
Well, he was a friend. And we were in love. And when it came time for him to go to America, we asked if he could stay. And they said no. And we asked if I could go, and they said no. And finally, they said he didn't have to go at all.
And?
And he disappeared. No one knows anything, not even his roommate.
What must be, must be.
Don't you get tired of hearing that? What's wrong?
I've never heard anyone say that. I mean, I've thought of that, but I've never heard anyone say it. Everyone here believes in what must be, must be.
Richard, stop. We're not supposed to be talking like that.
Why? There's nobody within miles of us.
You know, you're right.
You know what, Lena?
What?
I love it when you laugh.
I like you. I like you. Hey. Richard, wake up. Wake up. Got something for you.
You know, I feel so different. See the stars up there? I used to feel like I was a million miles out in space. Not now. You know why? You really make me feel...
Here at Clonus, nothing happens by accident. Every step of the clone's development is planned and programmed by us. Well, these two, for instance, are part of a control group which have normal and above normal intelligence.
And the others?
With the others, a virus is dropped into the original clone cell at the time of its inception, which causes its mental abilities to be impaired while it's cultured, and which causes the slow eye movement. The controls can react, write, and think certain problems through. The others cannot.
So, you're creating Frankensteins here?
No, not at all. It's all very step-by-step, standardized, practical. And these two are progressing exactly as predicted. See, we've always made sure that certain controls would be kept isolated. These two controls with normal intelligence could feasibly present difficulty. But I assure you, Senator, their meeting was planned by us.
Yes, and besides, whatever these two can hatch up will be absolutely harmless. The mail is scheduled for America in, what is it?
2 weeks.
Can we hear what they're saying?
Certainly.
Unanswered question.
No.
What's the problem?
Nothing, just some minor grid difficulty. And now, Senator, I think you'd like to see where we actually preserve them until they're needed.
Nelson, get that fixed.
You know, right before I met you, I found a piece of metal, and it had a word on it. Milwaukee. And I asked if it came from America, and they said no. And then I asked the confessional, and it said it was a plant from the ocean.
You know, when I was a little girl, and I lived in the north section, I saw something.
What'd you see?
One day I was out playing, and I saw one of the guide cars, and there was something there that was covered. So I was curious, and I peeked.
And?
I saw one of the older members, Richard. He was very still. I asked the confessional what it meant, and they said he was asleep, that sleep was very important. But I'll never forget how odd it looked.
We gotta find out more.
No. I'm frightened.
I am too. But something's not right. Unanswered questions, Lena, have to be answered.
Richard, no, please. I am frightened. You don't understand that.
It'll be okay. Hey, trust me. Okay?
Richard, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I see. Well, you slowed down. I thought maybe it was your ankle or something.
No, I just slowed down.
I don't understand. You can't just slow down. When you're in a race, you have to win.
Why?
Why? What kind of a question is that? Well, why get involved in a race at all if you're not going to give it all you've got?
I gave it all I wanted to give. I just didn't feel like winning.
I'll have to report this.
To who?
I'll have to report that, too.
Can I go now?
Sure you can go. Why not?
Medical emergency, 807.
I can't see anything. What did it feel like?
It felt like a burning sensation in my chest.
Are you sleeping okay?
Sure, fine. It just happened so quick, I don't know what it is.
Let me ask you, Richard, do you spend a lot of time in the country?
Or down by the river?
No. Why?
Oh, no reason. It's just that the air by the river is not really very good for you. We just thought it might have something to do with it.
What do you think it is?
Oh, just a little attack of the nerves, I guess. After all, you probably excited about going to America.
What?
Yes. You're scheduled to go in 2 days. We were going to wait, but you've been progressing so well, we're letting you go early. Isn't that nice?
Great.
So, why don't you go and get some sleep, all right? Take these pills just before you go to bed. I'm sure you're not going to have any trouble at all.
Okay.
Well, did you hear enough?
He's lying.
Richard! Oh, I'm so happy to see you.
Lena, we're being watched.
Richard, what are you talking about?
I tried a test last night. I pretended I was sick when no one was around. We are being watched.
Richard, why would they watch us? For what reason?
I don't know. Lena, there's something strange happening here that we're not allowed to know about.
I know. Richard, ever since you and I met, the guides look at me strangely.
Did you see the way they looked at us when we first met? They got angry.
Speak to the confessional.
I don't get any answers from the confessional. I think the only place I'm going to find any answers is America. And I'm going to try and get there tonight.
But Richard, you're not qualified.
Look, I saw the guides. They took George up to the building on the hill after his party. I think that's a good place to start. I'm going to try and get in. Lena, I have to go. I've got to find out. Don't be frightened.
I am frightened, Richard. I'm very frightened. I'm never going to see you again.
Of course you're going to see me again. I'm going to go to America, find out the answers, and I'm going to come back.
Richard, why? Why do you have to go to America?
Because I have to find out for you and for me and for everyone else. Lena, you can't say anything to anybody. Lena, I love you.
Love you.
Secure.
come on, it can wait 5 minutes, can't it? I just poured myself a cup of coffee. Yeah, so? Look, Ernie, it's clear over on the other side of the facility. Have a heart. Okay. Okay, I said I'm coming.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Delicious things to eat. The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and that candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Back to creature features.
Now, as always, this is the part of the movie where we talk about the person that didn't get talked about. And we have several people that we could choose that had good careers that went on after this movie, even with this movie, I should say. In the part of George, we have Frank Ashmore. And he's had a very significant career starting off in '72 with Alias Smith and Jones, Happy Days, and The Astral Factor. I always remember him from Battlestar Galactica as the flight sergeant. He's originally from El Paso, Texas, and it's kind of funny that he's in this movie because he's a second. Yes, his real name is Frank Howard Stell II. Just like Peter Graves, he was also in the Airplane movies.
Each cell in the human body contains 2 sets of chromosomes. It is these chromosomes, 1 set from each parent, that determine who and how we are. They are our genetic roadmaps. The process of reproduction finds a sperm cell and an egg cell, each containing a single strand of chromosomal information, joining and reproducing. The cell is complete, resulting in a separate organism that shares the traits of its parents. In 1931, we successfully removed the nucleus of a female egg cell and replaced it with the nucleus of another. The replacement nucleus, which contained 2 sets of chromosomes from the original donor, was then stimulated to divide, resulting in a second organism exact in every respect to the first. This process has come to be called cloning. Armed with this technology and unlimited funding, we established Clonus. Isolated and secure, Clonus is a breeder facility for clones, each a unique duplicate of a counterpart, either domestic or international. One of the most serious problems encountered was the suppression of individuality. This problem proved temporary as medical technicians learned that through simple lobotomies, these clones could be made benign and cooperative. Further research led to the perfection of technique.
Dr. Nelson, hold that elevator.
You're here early this morning, Dr. Jameson.
I had to. A lot to do.
And sending more off today?
No, not today.
Then it should be rather quiet.
Yes, I think so.
This is Davison Records. There's something wrong. We've been busted into. Sound the alert.
I don't care what it takes. We've got to find it and get that tape.
What'd they say?
What could they say? They'll find it.
Right.
What are you worried about? It can't get away.
America? George!
There it is.
It's been hit but not stopped. It's headed toward the outer perimeter.
It's over the fence.
Mr. Walker, a clone has escaped.
No!
This is Unit 2. Upon pursuing. All right, 10-4.
Hey, fella. Looks like you've been through some really heavy seas. Come on, I'll give you a hand. Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. Come on, I'll give you a hand. Come on, you're all right. Everything is fine. Come on.
Good Lord!
He's in a hurt. He had a bike accident. Just get some hot water.
Oh, I will. Oh, my gracious.
He won't
Take him
be
in there.
I'll
Take him in the other room.
You know, sit down here. You're perfectly all right.
Sit right in the
Make
chair.
yourself comfortable.
Sit.
That's right.
There you go.
Can you help me? They're after me. And I've got to find my part before...
Hush now, here. Now, let me take a look at this.
Yeah, Ann will talk your leg up here while she's fixing you up.
Oh, you hush up, Jake. He says I talk too much, but I don't. Oh. I have to just try to get a word in edgewise around here.
What is that?
What?
Right there. What is that?
Oh, Jake. That's an earring. They're all wearing them today.
Will you help me find my other part?
What is this part you keep talking about? What is it?
Here.
Oh. This is your father.
Let's see that. Let's see it.
All right, dude.
I would like to.
I don't know who he is. I only know I'm his clone.
Clone? Clone. Now, where have I heard that? Clone. Oh, I just, Jake, do you know what a clone is?
Just keep quiet for a minute, will you,
I know what
Anna?
it is. I know what it is. Everybody knows what a clone is. Now, let me see. I was reading in the digest the other day, and there was an article about
Anna, will you
a tadpole.
Look, I broke into the main building. I got that paper and the records of all my friends. You know what they're trying to do? I can prove. They're trying to kill them.
Sonny, please, just keep it down for a minute. Now, this main building, where is it?
It's the place. Clonus. Look, you have to help me
I'm going to help you find your father. Now, I'm a newspaper reporter.
He's retired, forced to at 65.
I am a newspaper reporter, and you don't have to tell me right now who shot you.
Yes, well, you just leave him be, will you, Jake? Now, let's look at this address.
Well, I can tell him how to get there.
No, you can't tell him how to get there. You're going with him right now.
Anna.
What?
Well, don't you think he's maybe a little...
Won't you take me to find my other part?
Don't you worry about that. We will.
Will you take me now?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Well, at last. If he didn't, he'd never hear the last of it. Well, why don't sit there?
I'm
Go.
going. I have to
Get
put
up
on
and-
the necktie and the coat.
Go get
You want the hat, too?
Jake.
You know Richard, don't you?
No?
I thought you'd remember.
Well, we just met. I didn't know his name. We just met, that's all.
That's all? You didn't talk?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
America. And how anxious we are to go there.
Oh, very good. So you do want to go to America?
Oh, yes.
Then you know how important it is not to go unless you're totally prepared.
Yes.
Good. Then you'll want to help us. You see, we're afraid that Richard has gone to America too early, and that wouldn't be good. There are many strange customs there, and he might get hurt.
But I thought America was a happy place.
Only when you're ready.
And he's not ready yet.
So you see, Lena, if you know where Richard is, you'd be helping him a lot if you told us.
I don't know.
No, of course you don't. Well, why don't you go and think about it for a while, and we'll chat later.
Can I go?
Of course. We're back where we started.
Maybe.
And so it falls upon each and every one of us to accept the moral implications of our acts. Once we killed with stone clubs, now we kill with atomic bombs. Period. Paragraph.
Are you through yet?
My rhetoric bore you?
Today? Yes. What about the idea of taking today off? No dull philosophy for you and no boring speech writing for me.
You bored campaigning with your Uncle Jeff?
No. It's gotten so that I can write Land of the Free and Home of the Brave and free speech without even batting an eye.
Well, that's because each of us hustles our own side of the street. I try to educate people who will not hear, and you try to blind those who cannot see.
That's a good line. Using that in a class? Who's right?
Excuse me. Beg your pardon, Mr. Richard Knight?
Yes.
That Richard Patrick Knight?
Well, you have the advantage of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Jake Noble. I wonder if I could talk to you in private?
Well, this is my son, Rick. We can certainly speak in front of him. What is it you want?
Well, I have your other son.
Other son? What are you talking about? What other son?
The one who was shot. The one who keeps talking about Clonus.
Oh, look, Mr. Noble, I don't know who you are or what you want, but I've got a lot of work to do, and my son here...
He's one of our son.
But I don't have another son.
Oh, really? Well, then how do you explain this?
What is this, a joke?
Jesus Christ.
Who are you?
I'm you, Mr. Knight. I'm your clone.
Don't tell me that. Damn it, why am I paying you all of this money for security? I don't care what it takes. Look, if you can't handle it, I've got people who can. Yes, sir. Now, I don't have to remind you what could happen to you if that tape got into the wrong hands, do I?
No, sir.
Well, do I?
No, sir.
Good. I knew you'd see it my way.
An ongoing and self-supporting institution of service and research.
I'll be damned. That's incredible.
Well, difficult to believe is more like it. Get up.
What are you doing?
It's true. He is a clone, my clone. Look.
That means that someone took a piece of you and created a duplicate.
But damned if I know.
Now, this place you keep talking about, Clonus, is everybody from there a clone?
No, they're all my friends. And then there are the guides and the doctors. And that's all I've ever seen on Clonus.
Why? Why Clonus? And who's doing it?
Where is Clonus?
I don't know. I am confused. I ran a long ways. And then I came up to the boulders and I looked down and this is what I saw.
Well, if he escaped from Clonus, somebody is probably looking for him right now. Jake, were you followed here?
Nobody was near him when I found him.
Well, I hope you're right. We'd better proceed as if nobody else knows you exist or where you are.
Professor, you know that tape will blow the lid off of everything?
Yeah, but what are we gonna do with it in the meantime?
I'll take it home.
You?
Well, I know where to keep it.
That's good. Rick, is Jeff at home?
Sure. Or out on the boat.
Fine. I want to speak to Jeff and meet him somewhere. This whole thing is probably something the public is not supposed to know about. And Jeff may have heard of this place, Clonus, and can fill in some of the empty blanks.
I don't think so, Dad, because I know just about everything that's going on with Jeff.
Professor, are you talking about the Jeff Knight?
Senator Knight's my brother.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, well, he'll know if anybody will, or he'll know how to find out. I'm going to try to call him.
Well, wait till I go with you. Oh, we're going to take care of everything, son. You want it. Professor!
Hey. Looks like you can use some new clothes. Let me get you some. Does your shoulder hurt? No. Hey. You look so sad. Everything's gonna be all right. This is not my world. I am so alone here.
Where is he going?
I don't know.
Liar, you do know.
No, I don't know.
Easy.
I don't know.
Easy. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. Here. I'll tell you what. Maybe we can help her remember some things. I think this should help you jog your memory.
No!
She knows what that is. She doesn't like it. You don't like it, too.
No! Please, no!
Look. She remembers.
Rich.
Hey.
Sorry I'm late.
It's okay. Thanks for coming.
Oh, well, you know, trying to get away from the campaign for a day is...
Sorry.
No, I hope Rick's taking a day off, too.
He sure is.
This, supposed clone you mentioned on the telephone, where is he?
My house. Why?
Well, because this is big. It's really big. Is the tape at your place, too?
How did you know about that? I didn't say anything about a tape.
Well, I just assumed. Everything's on tape today, isn't it?
No, you didn't assume. You knew, didn't you?
Yeah. You saw the tape?
Yeah, and it's scary.
All right, you know part of the story. There is such a project. It's still in the experimental stage. But the fact that you know about it leaves you sitting right in a keg of dynamite.
You're going to find this hard to understand. I know I do. The whole thing is about organ transplants.
What?
That's right. Hearts, kidneys, lungs, all of that. If a person needs an organ transplant, his clone, which is an exact duplicate of him, can provide him one very easily.
Used for transplants for who?
Well, obviously not for everyone. That wouldn't be practical or economical.
I see, for the select few. Those the politicians decide. Are you going to create a master race?
For heaven's sake, Rich, consider the possibilities. Now, suppose Einstein had lived. Suppose Churchill or Roosevelt had been able to live for nearly 200 years and still function for the world.
Or Stalin. Or Hitler.
Jesus, ever since we were little kids, you've been doing that night on a crusade. Well, there are things more important. There is the good of the people.
The good of the people? What the hell are you talking about? There's that poor boy back at my house. He's been shot. You're telling me that's for the good of the people? Jeff, using that boy for transplants is premeditated murder. Those people are being kept prisoner for a specific purpose, which eventually leads to their death. What happened to their human rights? What?
Well, that's exactly the point. Human rights. Clones are not humans, they're things.
They're people. Exactly like us.
No, they're not. If it weren't for us, they wouldn't even exist.
You playing God. Jeff, that's wrong.
The ultimate intention is to help humanity, Rich.
Then why keep it a secret?
Because as soon as the word got out, you know what would happen. People would start yelling corruption and evil. They'd condemn the idea of immortality as being against the purpose of creation or some nonsense like that. And you know what they'd really be saying? Why not me? Why can't I have one?
Now, this can't be kept a secret. It's legally and morally wrong.
And if I need another heart, what am I supposed to do?
What? What are you saying?
That heart operation I had 2 years ago. The heart came from my adult clone. It's exactly the same as my old heart, only younger and stronger, and without it, I wouldn't be alive today. My new clone is just a baby.
Now, wait a minute. You have two?
I plan to be around a long time. And, Rich, I am offering you a gift certificate to life, and you turn your back on me. You're my brother, and I love you. Do you know the strings I had to pull to get you cloned?
How did they clone me without me knowing it?
That's easy. All it takes is one body cell. It happened almost 30 years ago during one of your physicals. Rich, this is your chance for immortality. You don't have to worry about dying because there is a duplicate of you. And if you don't believe it, go back and take another look at that clone you have. It's been conditioned for 30 years to make sure that you and I stay brothers for a long time.
I have to think about all this.
All right. All right, you do that. Because there are people who will do anything to make sure this is kept secret. People I can't stop.
Jeff, I really have to think about this. Some of the things you said are well taken, especially that last comment.
All right, then you go on home, keep him there. I'll make the proper contacts and come by later. Yeah. And Rich, keep it capped. Even I'm expendable if it means keeping Clonus alive. Want an operator.
Your ears just like mine. I just noticed.
Lena, we're being watched.
I'll see you soon.
He's asleep and Jake went home. What did Jeff have to say?
He said he'd look into it.
He hadn't heard, huh? Well, maybe we ought to call the papers.
No, not yet.
Dad, we have to help him get back. He misses his girl. He's just like us.
No, he's not. He's a freak of nature.
What are you saying?
I'm just saying that whatever's going on is out of our hands.
Jeff knows something, doesn't he?
No, Jeff thinks it's all a ruse. Nothing to get seriously concerned about. It's just something that's...
Bullshit. If you're not going to call the papers, then I'm going to get them.
No.
Damn it! What is going on?
I can't tell you. Honestly, son, please, now, I can't tell you.
You turned him in, didn't you? You turned Richard in, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I just talked to Jeff. He told me the whole story. He said, do nothing. He'll take care of it.
Dad, this doesn't sound like you at all.
Nothing is to be done, now believe me.
Look, I don't know what's going on. I don't know at all what's happening. All I know is you're talking crazy.
No, I'm not. Maybe because you're young, it sounds that way. But when you grow older, there's a definite scheme to think. You're born, you run through life, you wear out, you die.
So,
clone us.
I don't get it.
So Clonus replaces what's worn out.
You mean you and your friends have created this clone farm, an organ bank, right?
What's wrong with wanting to live?
You murder to do it.
If they're not really human, is it murder?
Dad, he's a human being.
No, he's not. He's a clone.
No! I'm just like you are! I want to go back. I have to go back.
I want to help you.
No.
Listen, I want to help you get back. Trust me. Please. You're gonna have to help us or you're gonna have to kill me. Because there's no way I'm gonna keep quiet about this.
There is nothing I can do. It's out of my hands.
Didn't I hear you say just this morning that we're all morally responsible for all of our acts?
All right. All right, go. Quickly.
I'll take them back while you call the newspapers.
I'll do it. And son, be careful. Careful.
The clone and Knight's kid just left the house.
Yes, good. But did he have the tape with him?
They weren't carrying anything with them that I can tell.
The Knight has it. Oh, you follow the car. It will back you up.
Yes, sir.
He's on Marina Place, heading out of the city.
Hello, Jeff.
find it from here?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, don't worry.
I don't care about anything right now. Just Lena.
Well, good luck, Richard. Be careful.
Thank you.
Rich, we have to talk. You might as well tell us now. There is no backing out.
I've already told you I don't know where he is, and I don't know where the tape is.
No, you're lying to me.
But you're not sure, are you? So you might as well tell these gentlemen to kill me. That's what they're here for, isn't it?
Rich, I told you there were people that I can't stop.
Besides, if you kill me, you're only add a couple of new parts, right? How does that work? Can you do that? Then reprogram my mind so that I won't cause you so much trouble? Maybe even dance at your inauguration? Is it really worth it, Jeff? When did you change so?
It is worth it. Because I'm going to be president.
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. Jeff Knight, the people's choice.
Damn it, where is the tape?
I don't know, truly, I don't know. Maybe it's on the way back to your clone farm. Maybe it's on the way to the newspapers. Who knows? And Cain raised up and slew Abel.
It's pentothal. I want the truth.
Ah, truth drug. Oh, that's very good. Well, that's a little, too sophisticated for you, isn't it? Who gives you your orders?
Shut up.
Certainly. After all, you're only doing your duty. If someone threatens your spare parts bank, destroy him. It's clean, simple, neat, like Auschwitz. Shut up.
Ricky, get out! Dad! 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 What are you doing? Ricky! Leave him alone! Ricky! Where's the tape? I don't know! Oh, my
Yes, I see. He's dead. The heart? Mm. Professor and the boy. Good. Did you get the tape? That's at Noble's house. No. You know what you have to do. Call me as soon as it happens. Good.
Well, that's that. Clones or schmones, whatever the hell they're called. That whole thing will soon be over. I made sure of that.
You know, I've been sitting here thinking about that young man. If everything they say about how he was born is true, Sure takes the fun out of it.
Why, Anna, you salty old lady.
I may be old, but I'm not dead, Jake. He will be all right, won't he? He has his whole life in front of him.
Anna, he will be fine. That night boy is taking him back to his girlfriend. Everything's gonna be fine. You don't have to worry about it. You mind if I just read the sports page?
I wasn't disturbing you.
Going on.
I just...
Lena! Lena!
Welcome home, Richard. Did you like America?
Fellow delegates, our candidate is in the press room and will be joining us shortly. Your nominee, the next President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure this afternoon to introduce to you the next President of the United States, a man we all know and love as the true people's choice. Presidential nominee, Senator Jeffrey Knight.
Thank you. Thank you, George Walker. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, let's get right to the questions. Miss Grady.
Senator Knight, what will your position be on the subject of human rights?
Well, you know, I talked a great deal about that during the campaign, but I think it's important to repeat it now. As president, my position will be that any suppression of rights or infringement of basic liberties are contrary to the foundations of this country and as such cannot and will not be tolerated.
Senator.
Yes, gentleman in the back.
Bernie, Daily Sun. Senator, could you please tell us about Clonus?
Well, speaking of legalities, Bob, there's always the lawsuit that came with this movie. Oh, hi there. I hope tonight's movie was good for you. It wasn't a very good copy of it, but I hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. Now, as I said, we were going to talk about some of the legal and other problems with this film. In 2005, there was a movie called The Island, which is basically the exact same thing. And there was a lawsuit. They filed for copyright infringement. And it got settled out of court. Now, of course, one of the problems with clones is that you have to argue about, are they human or not? Are they people or are they things? If they're people, you just can't harvest their organs unless, of course, you diddle with their DNA and then they're born without a brain. And then, yes, you could probably harvest their organs. On the other hand, if they're just things, think about the fun you could have. Yes, you could clone your wife that passed away, or that older brother that always abused you growing up. And then you could do anything you wanted to it, because it's a thing and not a person. Man, that arc gets dark fast, doesn't it? Now, in the movie, you see them go to confessional to ask questions. And that's actually a phone booth, kids. Back in the day when Superman needed to change clothes, he would step into it, close the door, and then he could change clothes. The alarm sound for the facility is, of course, the red alert noise they used in Star Trek, the original series. Now, for those of you that are more medically inclined, you may have noticed that the young lady did not get a lobotomy as we know it properly. A proper lobotomy is done with something that looks a lot like an ice pick, and it is done through the top of the eye. You don't take a cast saw, which is what they use, a saw for cutting a cast off, and open up the front of their forehead. But the movie had its limitations, and overall, I thought it was a good movie. It was a movie for its time. And if we make a new one, I hope we address the issues as better people than we saw in this movie. When the movie originally came out, towards the end there, when we were saying that the brother has in fact survived, you wonder, who controls Clonus? Who do they want to be the president? And if they did clone someone and learned how to age them, they could copy anybody, anywhere, and replace their originals. Now, of course, if you want something original, we have our Netflix and chill moment. This week on Netflix and Chill, we have something that's a bit more humorous. We have a movie with Jamie Foxx in it, so you know it's got good humor. It's called They Cloned Tyrone. One of the problems with cloning is you never quite know which one's which and who their allegiance is to. In this movie, our heroes fall down a rabbit hole and find out more than they are meant to. So try They Cloned Tyrone on Netflix this week. Well, that's our show this week. Tune in next week when who knows what we'll have, because we never do. But until then, remember to wash your hands like you've just murdered the rightful king, and that he's Bob, I'm Al, and we'll see you at the movies. Now, if you haven't noticed over the years, Bob and I are big fans of Star Trek. And in The Next Generation, there's an episode where Data tries to discover what humor is, and a comedian starts to tell a joke. Bob would like to finish it. A priest a clone and a Ferengi go bowling. The clone asks the priest if he has a soul, and the priest tells him no because he's just a copy. The clone says, well, then they'll just make a new religion. It'll be like Catholicism, but it won't have a savior. The Ferengi points out that none of his people would ever join such a religion. After all, they don't believe in non-profit organizations. Happy holidays, everyone, from Bob and I. That was a bad joke, Bob. Still a bad joke.
Hi, folks.
Hi there.
Chad and Bunny from
The Chad and Bunny Show.
We are currently airing on
Tingler Television.
Get your tingle on.